Previously on Raised on Popcorn with Grant. And like, oh my god. Oh, wait. Mike's fine. It turned out it was a different Mike on the call sheet. He'll live. Do we still do the worst? Yeah. Do we have to? Okay, cool. So, hi everyone. That was dumb. Hi everyone. Welcome. It is part 2. It is the conclusion of putting 2023 to bed. We're here to talk about, Luke, one moment, to talk about... God damn it. It's a 5-fucking-second video. Hold on. Hold on. The worst films of the year. Thank you, Ben Schwartz. You got off lucky. You were not in any bad movies last year. Hey, Jared. How's it going, buddy? How's it going, dude?
How's it going, dude?
Have you seen Game Grumps when they do the thing about when they do house parties? How's it going, dude? Staying away from alcohol? Click the button, he goes, I'm gonna fuck him up.
But yeah, since we're talking about bad movies, you wanna know what I gotta say?
What? Fuck you!
Yep.
Wait. Yo, what up? I'm about to roast you, boy!
Actually, even better. Hold on. Wait, just listen.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Yep. It's that video, guys.
Ugh. Hold on. It's only fitting that the last movie I reviewed before we do this is Suncoast. Ain't that a bitch? Alright.
Oh, right, then ready to cook you the fuck up, boy! Looking like you on the
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
roast. Yay! Becca!
Let's go.
Lisa Frankenstein is... Yay, the cult is spreading. The cult of Lisa Frankenstein is spreading.
Or how about, there's another one here. Real quick.
We're here to talk about good movies.
Wish we were. Hold on one sec.
I can't believe you've done this, Karen.
You're a bitch. Fuck you. Give me.
Again, that's a response to bad movies.
What
But
a bitch. Anyway.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Anyway, so we are here to talk about you Pookie Beach. Anyway, we're talking about Pocus. But here's the thing. We're not here to talk about Lisa Frankenstein. We're here to talk about, you know, the people who don't like Lisa Frankenstein and say that it's bad? We are going to give 35 reasons and ways to call you an asshole. It's the worst films of 2023.
We're actually, hold on, I actually got another one I can say.
Oh my god.
Real quick.
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
So yeah, the Golden Thumbs of Awesomeness
are gonna take a vacation.
Were in force last week. They're taking a vacation this week. Nothing but ones and middle fingers of kindness this week. As we talk about the worst films of the year. So it was a good year last year, I will say. More often than not, the movies were good in 2023. But the bad ones...
Oh, they sucked.
The bad ones were like all-time bad ones. Like the really, 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 really bad ones were really, really bad.
Yep.
Like
2023 has had great films, but we've had stinkers.
Like making me regret my choice of career bad. Making me forget that movies are things to love bad. Then you forget that movies can be good levels of bad.
Yeah.
These are the films. So, do you want to do dishonorable mentions first? Just jump right into it.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. I'm gonna wash that down quick. Sorry, I'm also eating while we're doing this, so.
That's fine. We're going to be here a while. So, anyway, we have a lot.
But yeah, I'm gonna be starting with
yeah, you
my
go
low
ahead.
2-star. I'm gonna start with my low 2-star movies, and then all the way up to number 35. I got quite a few to talk about here.
All right.
So first, starting off with dishonorable mentions. God damn it, Clock. Very disappointed in this movie. Had a great concept and good performances, but it was wasted.
Yeah. Oh, I did see that. Yeah, it was. I didn't hate it, but it was right in the middle. It was like a 2.5. I was just
No, I didn't. I don't like. Look, even if I still gave it 2 stars, I don't like flat out hate these movies. They're just not good. Like,
Diana Agron was good, but the movie was bad.
Yep. Speaking on disappointments, We Have a Ghost. How do you have David Harbour being a silent character when he's one of the most charismatic people alive?
What happens when you don't let Christopher Landon off the fucking leash? And to just be full Christopher Landon. You want to restrain him and make him do a kid's film.
This movie is just kind of just being a ripoff of Ghostbusters. Like,
and
in all honesty, it's just a ripoff of Ghostbusters.
And the Haunted Mansion.
True.
Yeah.
Speaking on disappointments, Pet Sematary Bloodlines. How do you take a prequel concept and fuck it up this badly?
Oh, we'll be talking about that. Eventually.
Next up, Grant, I'm sorry, Millennial Hunter. I did not like this movie really that much.
I thought I didn't love it, but I thought it was boring. It was a one-joke movie, but it was just short enough to sustain the one joke for me, but I get why people don't love it.
Movie that no one's heard of, but The Magician's Elephant. Watched it on Netflix.
The what? With the what now?
Magician's Elephant.
What the fuck is that?
That's what I said.
I don't know what that movie is.
Fuck that shit. The Passenger should have been a lot better. I thought the third act somewhat saved it, but that's still not enough. The movie was boring.
The Passenger. Did I see The Passenger?
No, I don't think. No, you didn't.
Who was in it?
Hold on. Let me just go to it on my Letterboxd.
Was it some random ass Netflix movie?
No, Kyle Gallner and Johnny Birchtold.
Oh, is that the one where the poster is looks like a Grindhouse poster from the 60s, and there's is that the one that is Robin Lord Taylor in that?
God damn it, I gotta go back in for a second. Wait, so you said who?
Robin Lord Taylor.
Robin
Lord Taylor.
Ward Taylor. No, I don't see that. Might be thinking of something else or something.
The Passenger. It said Kyle Gallner's in it?
Yeah.
God damn it, Kyle Gallner. You're not incapable of being good, but you're in a lot of bad movies. Oh, I've heard of this.
I just know you didn't see it.
I didn't see it, but I've heard of this. I saw it pop up somewhere. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, The Passenger. Golda. Vastly disappointing.
Yeah.
The Family Plan, one of the most forgettable action comedies of all time. It's pretty bad.
I forgot it existed before it was over.
Sorry, I love Marky Mark. I mean, he was good in the movie, but not enough. He was, but I can just say though he was good in the movie.
He was good, but he was only there for a check.
Yeah. Jagged Mind, boring and forgettable.
I liked the short, but I never watched the feature. I guess I'm not missing.
The Strays. It's not Strays because I mentioned Strays on my best of list. I'm talking about the Netflix film called The Strays.
Okay.
I already forgot the movie existed. Let's just move on.
I don't even know what it is. It's so. Just clarify. It's not the one. It's not Good Boys with Dogs.
No, it's not.
That one was actually a good movie.
It's a Netflix thriller.
Yeah.
So yeah, fuck that shit. His Only Son. All due respect to David Helling, being a cool guy. Movie was not good. It has some good setup, but there's not enough to offer with that.
We'll mention it again.
Book Club, the next chapter, just not a movie. Just not for me.
Yeah.
Infisto and Goldbrick are two Netflix movies that no one's heard of.
I've never even heard of those. No.
Sorry, Grant, but Napoleon. This movie has gone way down for me. I hate this movie. I'm really sorry, but this movie, it gets worse for me every time I think about it. It's so historically inaccurate. Joaquin Phoenix did not want to be in this movie, and you can tell for most of it.
I have to say...
Because he's so deadpan. That's not Napoleon Bonaparte.
I have to be real. Napoleon is a very divisive movie, but the best review ever came from our friend Mike when he said, "What'd you think?" Yeah, I didn't really like it. I'm like, "Oh yeah, like what didn't you like about it?" It was just that. Well, it was a history lesson. And I was just like, "Yeah, it's a fucking Napoleon movie, dude."
But it's the wrong history lecture, though. Like history lectures are supposed to be interesting. Okay. This was not.
All right. Settle down, Beavis.
I'm sorry, but I hate this movie.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine. I don't, but okay.
Jungi, how can it be the director of Train to Busan and make it this bad?
I love Train to Busan.
Yeah, fuck that shit. The Old Way, Nicolas Cage, you can do better. You can do better than a Western. Prisoner's Daughter, come back to us, Catherine Hardwicke. You made some good movies in the past.
I'll say this: it's not the worst Catherine Hardwicke movie from this year. It's not a great movie.
I will probably be mentioning that here in a little bit. But
I'll be mentioning it somewhat, maybe a dishonorable mention. But go ahead.
Yeah, maybe who knows. To be original film, Twisted Neighbor. Who gives a fuck about this movie? Pain Hustlers. I'm sorry, David Yates. You were a great director. Where have you gone with your career?
Yeah.
This is another one that went down thinking about it. Rebel Moon Part 1, A Child of Fire.
Ugh, fuck that movie.
God damn it, Zack Snyder.
We're going to talk about that a lot later.
Genie, boring and forgettable.
Yeah.
Melissa McCarthy was good in it. Nothing else.
There's one good long joke in it that's almost enough to save it, but not. I'll save into it.
The Tutor, good cast. Boring movie. On a Wing and a Prayer, forgettable.
What was the last one?
The Tutor.
Is that the one with Will from Stranger Things in it?
Yep, Noah Schnapp and Garrett Hedlund is also
Never saw
in
it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, boring. On a Wing and a Prayer, heart is in the right place, but brain is elsewhere. It's incredibly forgettable.
We'll be talking about that one.
River Wild, boring and forgettable. About My Father, really not funny. I love Sebastian Maniscalco. I love Robert De Niro, but this movie was just not funny. It was just the wrong type of sitcom for me. Like that's the reason Sunday worked for me, because it was a sitcom I would actually watch. About My Father was a sitcom I would never watch because it wasn't funny.
About My Father had what I call the fire starter benefit, which is I saw it after a much worse movie, and therefore I didn't hate it because I'd seen a much worse movie right before it. In that case, Kandahar. I saw it right before it, so which we will talk about.
I'm not going to be mentioning it on my list. Just saying.
I know you aren't, but I will. So,
but About My Father, just not funny.
Yeah.
Speaking of not funny, Murder Mystery 2. Let's just move on. The Conference, very not funny. Not cool. A Swedish slasher satire that doesn't have enough sharp killings or satire. Doesn't have anything to say about his genre. Mafia Mama, the worst Catherine Hardwicke movie of the year. Fuck this fucking movie.
Lame. I'll say this about The Conference. Lame. Great premise, but lame and pretentious.
Yes, pretentious as fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mafia Mama, unfunny, totally imbalanced.
Yeah.
Beautiful Disaster. Another reason why it proves that Cole Sprouse is the cooler brother of the two.
Hey, Luke. I was gonna put that on my list, but it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, fuck. fuck. Locked In, Netflix original film. Whatever. Yeah. And last but certainly not least, coming in very close, Your Place or Mine. One of the worst rom-coms I've seen in a long time.
like I said, I saw 5 minutes of it when I was over and when I was my aunt and my mom were over here and upstairs they were watching it and I caught about 5 minutes of it while I was heading out to go film, and the 5 minutes I saw I thought were charming, but I didn't bother to watch the rest of the movie. I don't think I'm missing anything.
You're definitely not. It's not
I like the leads. I like what's her
but they're
name?
separated for most of the fucking movie.
What's the name of the girl who Zoe Chow? I like her. She's great. I loved her. And if you want to talk about underrated movies, Long Weekend. The movie is fucking underrated. But yeah.
Yeah,
So that's your dishonorable mentions. Okay, mine's a lot shorter than yours.
Well, that's just because I've seen quite a bit of bad movies. Like,
I feel like the reason I'm doing these as dishonorable mentions is because a lot of them are really boring and just kind of like, but they're just sort of like you can throw them on while you're doing laundry and you won't be any worse for wear. So my dishonorable mentions are. Do you want me to jump in?
go ahead. I'm just looking.
Candy Cane Lane. I want Dolomite as my name, Eddie Murphy back, please. It
I
wasn't.
thought
terrible.
it was okay.
It was okay. It had its moments, but it wasn't.
There were some moments that I honestly kind of felt like that. I was like, "That's cute."
Yeah, there were some cute parts. I'll say this: Chris Redd was the best thing about this movie.
I agree.
He was
1000%.
actually funny. He actually was. He was the gorilla from Jungle Bunch 2 of this movie. He was the one who got. Anyway, we're gonna use that as a term from now on. The gorilla from the Jungle Bunch 2 thing of the one character that I like in a bad movie. So but yeah, Candy Cane Lane. It had a good premise. It had a good cast. It was kind of wasted. Also, it's not even the best MGM movie with Tracy Ellis Ross in it. That would be American Fiction.
Yep.
It's weird I say that. Genie. There is. I appreciate that Melissa McCarthy is restrained here. It's always, but the better she's giving a good performance. I thought that there's one great scene. I will say for Genie, in Genie's defense, there's that scene with the in-laws where he's trying to convince them that he has a genie was funny. Like, genuinely funny. Especially when he accidentally sends his brother-in-law to hell. That was hilarious.
That got a chuckle out of me.
That was at least inspired. But yeah, the rest of the movie is this very, very, and I mean this with affection, safe, family-friendly, restrained movie. Let me put it to you this way. If you want to watch a Richard Curtis written movie set at Christmas, watch Love Actually. Don't bother with this. It's not on that level. Pain Hustlers, great actors giving it their all, good director directing it well, and it is, I describe Pain Hustlers as, and it has a worthy concept, but I describe Pain Hustlers as this. It's like looking at a very beautifully composed gift wrapping, and then you open it and it's just the box. There's nothing inside. Pain Hustlers is that. It's shallow. It has a worthy subject matter, and it has good direction, some good lines, and good performances, but it is empty, which is too bad. Which is a shame because I love Emily Blunt and Chris Evans, and they can.
And David Yates is a good director. Like,
he is a good director. Well, he's an alright director. I don't even think he's the best Harry Potter director, but I think Alfonso Cuarón wins that one. But
I mean,
he's
yeah,
solid.
easy.
Anywho, Prisoner of Azkaban is the best Harry Potter movie, dead ass, and nobody.
Thank you.
Yeah. Especially because Malfoy finally gets punched in the freaking nose for calling her a mudblood, which was cathartic. Anyway.
Oh, that felt good.
Yeah. Wicked. Golda. This is a case of a great performance and a worthy figure that is wasted on a narrow viewpoint and a narrow time frame. If this were a cradle to grave movie about Golda Meir with Helen Mirren's performance, it probably would have been fine. But because it only focuses on such a small aspect of her later life with no context, it's empty. It doesn't have the hit it should. It's well made. And again, Helen Mirren is Helen Mirren, to quote my friend Alonso Duralde, is Helen Mirrening the shit out of it. But it's just, I'll say, and it's also a little pretentious. Like, it's well intentioned. I give it to them. But yeah. So Golda, Mafia Mama. It has a couple of parts that made me laugh. I think that Toni Collette and Monica Bellucci are really trying, and they're good actors. But my question is this to Catherine Hardwicke. And here's the thing. Anybody who's seen 13 Lords of Dogtown, and you know what? Fuck it, the Nativity Story. There, I said it. Knows that Catherine Hardwicke can make a really good, gritty, realist indie movie. But the problem is that this movie is at cross purposes. Is it an NBC sitcom about that spoofs mafia movies with a wine mom becoming a mafia don, or is it a gritty Godfather knockoff? It can't decide.
It doesn't even know where it wants to go.
It goes from CBS sitcom jokes to someone getting their eyes gouged out and their private parts castrated by a high heel after attempting to rape our heroine. Like, it doesn't have any.
And they think, and she thinks that's supposed to be funny.
Well, but the thing is, does she? Because it seems like the movie doesn't even know what its tone is. It doesn't know if it wants to be funny or if it wants to be serious. Every once in a while, there'll be a gag that will kind of work. Like, I thought the stuff with, there's some scenes involving the sort of Monica Bellucci sort of spoofing her typical Monica Bellucci sultry kind of character that were kind of fun. But overall, I just thought, man, why? Why do it this way? I actually kind of liked Prisoner's Daughter, though, and the main thing with it that I liked is, as off as it is, and I will say this, Tyson Ritter comes in from a completely different movie. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. But I do think that Brian Cox and Kate Beckinsale are terrific in that movie, and I think they make that movie. And of the two, I think it's the most Catherine Hardwicke of the two. Like, it seems like the closest to her. This is the first time since, I would say, the better scenes of the first Twilight where I thought, yeah, this is 13's Catherine Hardwicke. This is Lords of Dogtown's Catherine Hardwicke. This is the Catherine Hardwicke we started with, and that was better. So I have to give her credit that Prisoner's Daughter was better than this. And I think you would even agree with me on that, even though you didn't like it as much as I did. I think you would agree that it's...
I would agree for sure.
65, what a waste of a good concept. You got Adam Driver, laser guns, and dinosaurs, and all of those things are awesome, and you don't know what to do with them. And it's directed by the guys who wrote A Quiet Place. Like, how do you fuck this up? They did. The conference.
I liked it.
Yeah, the conference. It has that one good kill in the freaking the geysers. That was rad. But other than that, the conference, lame, pretentious slasher satire that doesn't know if it's a slasher movie or a satire, if it's a dark comedy or it's a serious indictment. And also I have to review the movie I saw. The dubbing job was abysmal. Like, seriously, oh my god. It just became kind of irritating after a while. The Family Plan, I forgot this movie as it was going on. Marky Mark tries. Michelle Monaghan tries. Zoe Colletti, who was so good on Boo Bitch and Only Murders in the Building, tries. This movie's not it. This is just
No.
and Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I almost forgot she was in that. But yeah, this ain't it. Marlowe, just come on, Liam. You did redeem yourself a little bit at the end of the year with Retribution, so I'll give you credit. That was a fun time.
I'll also give you that. Retribution was actually a lot of fun.
That was an underrated ass late summer B movie, but.
A lot of people hated that one, though, but
Yeah,
I liked it.
Worst of us. I dug it. I agree with them on one aspect, though. I thought Matthew Modine was miscast and wasn't really giving it his all. I thought he was kind of wooden. But other than that, I agree. And he's usually good. I like Matthew Modine, but yeah, he seemed to be kind of elsewhere. Yeah, but Marlowe, lame. I didn't like it. Now, the next one is one where me criticizing it also kind of bums me out because I think it had potential, and I think that potential is still there somewhat, but it just doesn't fire, and it's because it doesn't have a roadmap, and that's Fool's Paradise. I'm sorry. I love Charlie Day. I'm rooting for him, but this movie was shot 5 years before it came out and was reshot up until a year before it came out and was stitched back together, and it shows. There's no direction here. Scenes just kind of happen and then happen again and then happen again, and then until a movie happens, it's really not a plot. They set it up. The best jokes are in the first 20 minutes. I'll say this. It's one of those movies where it's actually genuinely funny in the first 20 minutes when the scenes are set up, like when the scenes you're going to see, and then you get this sinking feeling in your gut around the third time you see the same scene again, where you're like, oh my god, this is the movie. It's just variations on this same gag, and this same gag, and this same gag, and then you go, oh no. And that was this movie. It was, like I said, the best joke was at the beginning, which is like really one of the first scenes where Charlie Day is in the mental hospital and he says, he hasn't spoken, he doesn't eat very often, and he has the mental capacity of a 5-year-old or a Labrador Retriever, which was funny. And then he goes, he'll need serious, caretaking, and so he goes, we can't afford any of that, so we're just gonna dump his ass on the street. That was funny. But then from there, and also the stuff with Adrian Brody, especially the first few times, were funny. Like the fact that he's driving on the road and he's just like shooting out the windows for no reason just to be crazy. That was funny. But again, it becomes sort of this weird anti-joke of like, I get the structure they're going for of it's so repetitive that it's an anti-comedy. I get what they're going for that style of humor of it starts out funny, then it gets infuriating, then it gets funny again, then it kind of is boring, then it becomes funny because it's still going. But the problem is they don't have enough juice to make the anti-joke work. So it just kind of becomes, oh, it's this character again. Okay, we're going to wait this out. And again, they're jokes that when they are initially put out, you're like, oh, that's a clever joke, and then you realize that that's all they have. Like the stuff with Kate Beckinsale where it's it's an entire Hollywood relationship on fast forward. And like, that's cute. Like, oh, now they're adopting a kid. They seem like they've only been together for a week and he can't speak. Oh, okay, now she's leaving him to go live somewhere else with a new person. Okay, that's funny. But then that's the joke. They have nothing else to do. It's like, okay, what else do you got? Oh, that's it? Okay, that's the joke. That skit is finished. Okay, now Ken Jeong is crazy and is addicted to energy drinks. We get it. The Edie Falco is the agent who's always introducing all of the weird assistants she has. And it's always center frame. Okay, we got the joke. What else you got? Edie Falco, well, in this one, to change it up, Edie Falco is introducing her assistants who all are weird and eccentric. I'm like, yeah, but what else? Like I said, it's like, yeah, I get it. Like, it becomes one of those things where it's like, and Adrian Brody is a method actor, and he's crazy. He's like Jared Leto. We get it. We get the joke. Like, I understand. In fact, the only bit that I thought actually was only around long enough to still be funny was kind of too little too late. It was toward the end, and it was the stuff with Common, where he's sort of the washed-up actor who's become this, like, conspiratorial, tinfoil hat-wearing kind of crazy person. And that was kind of homeless man, but that was kind of funny. And the stuff involving him saying, thinking that, they're putting chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay. Like, he's listening to too much Alex Jones. That was kind of funny. And then it's over. And then you're just back to the repetitiveness again. And I was like, oh, man. And again, I know what style of humor. It's going for that old Buster Keaton style of the fool who stumbles his way through misadventures. Like, I know what he's going for. You know what's weird? It's almost like a more straightforward screwball comedy take on Beau is Afraid. It has a similar structure of he goes to this place with this weird person, and they do a little something, and then he goes to the next place. But the difference is that they let the bit with that character in Beau's Afraid play out, and then they go to the next one. They don't keep cycling through. You know what I mean? I feel like if you're going to do that, journey along the way thing, you got to know when to start it, when to stop it, and when to keep going. Otherwise, it becomes tiresome in a bad way. So anyway, that was a lot to talk about for Disarmament.
You honestly didn't really need to go that deep.
I know I didn't,
but I'm gonna be honest, Grant. I thought the movie was fine.
I know you did, but I'm not saying it's a terrible movie.
Look, I understand your points, but for me, I thought it was just fine.
Well, and there were genuine laughs here. I think that it's getting more hate than it deserves, because I do think it has ambition, and I do think. Well, let's put it to you this way. I don't think this entirely worked, but I want to see what the next movie Charlie Day has in him. Because I think it could be interesting.
I think he has potential.
He absolutely has potential.
But I can say, though, I was disappointed.
A little bit. And the thing is, again...
I honestly was really looking forward to it, not just because of the cast, but mainly because Charlie Day was directing it. The movie just ended up just fine. But it could have been a lot better.
It was just fine, but it also was kind of one of those movies where, you can tell where certain actors were added in the years of reshoots they did. It felt kind of slapped together. Again, I don't blame I think that it's a mess, but I think that it's a watchable mess. It's just...
it's a watchable movie.
It is, but it's uneven. It's an uneven movie, but I think that
I'll agree with you on that. It's very uneven.
Some bits just do not work at all and feel like bad, elements from older types of comedies that just need to be outdated. There are parts in it that reminded me of the shit like North. I was just like, why are we still doing this joke? The stuff with Glenn Howerton as a Mexican guy, and it was just like, oh no.
But yeah, I think we can move on.
BT Dubs, I saw that movie literally less than 24 hours after seeing Blackberry. Weirdest Glenn Howerton double feature ever.
That's actually kind of funny, though.
It is kind of funny. Also, why the fuck did he not get a Best Supporting Actor nomination? Those fucking bastards.
Yeah.
I'm from Waterloo, where the fucking vampires sing.
That was good, though.
All right, Vacation Friends 2, one good joke. It's a sequel to...
We don't need to go further on that one, because I'll be talking about it.
Let me put it to you this way. Imagine... All I'll say is I'll leave you with this simple thing. If you saw the trailer for Vacation Friends, and you thought, oh, that looks like it could be lame, and you saw it and you were pleasantly surprised, this is the movie that Vacation Friends could have been and wasn't. It was just bad. It was it took the concept of crazy people happening to meet you on vacation and stretched it beyond its limits. There's one good joke involving cocaine being mistaken for ashes. There's one decent joke.
That actually was the only laugh I got.
And a lot of it came from the fact that Lil Rel Howery is just kind of, when he gives a good reaction, is kind of incapable of not being at least a little funny when he's losing it on somebody. That kind of word.
Yeah, for sure, man.
And then he goes, no, the part where he's so he goes, what do you mean? Well, what do you mean? What do I mean, motherfucker? It's just it's okay, that's kind of funny because he's genuinely
that was kind of funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Vacation Friends 2, The Nunjuring 2. I want none more of this, please.
I'll talk about that.
The Nun The Nun 2, Back in the Habit. The Nun 2. None more of this habit. I hate it.
I'll just leave it at I want none more of this for right now.
I'll leave it at this. Hey guys. Bah! The whole.
I was not scared the entire movie. I was not scared. Despite one good kill, there was only one good kill, and that was it.
But here's the other thing. It's also a really confusing movie. You don't know who anybody is in relation to anybody else unless you have recently watched the first one again. And I saw the first one. I completely forgot about it.
Well, because the first one's awful.
It is. And this is...
This one's a moderate improvement, but it's still not it's still really bad.
Let me put it to you this way: you can polish a turd; it doesn't change the fact that it's still kind of a piece of shit. And this is not Annabelle's creation. This is not a vast.
This movie also proves like why I'm ready to be done with the Conjuring universe, because after The Devil Made Me Do It, honestly, I kind of feel like they've been losing a lot of wind out of their sails.
But here's the thing. The Devil Made Me Do It was the weakest of the 3 main Conjuring movies. It still wasn't bad. It was still decent.
It wasn't bad, but what I was saying was like,
yeah,
I just knew that they were kind of losing all the wind out of their sails after that. Like
a little bit, yeah.
And The Nun 2 proves it. Like,
and Curse of La Llorona, like Linda Cardellini, come back to us. Well, you've had some good hits recently, so yeah. The Nun 2, The Retirement Plan, dreadful, except when Nicolas Cage and Jackie Earle Haley were on screen. They were fun, but it's just... Stop making these cheapo movies in the Caymans, you dirty Canadians. I'm tired of this. We'll talk about another one later.
I'll be talking about Retirement Plan later.
We'll also be talking about another movie with a lot of the same cast and crew who also made The Retirement Plan. That's your spoiler.
I think that might be also on my list, too.
I'll give you a hint. It's in the thumbnail.
Yep, I know.
Let me give you a hint.
No, I know what it is.
There might be a butcher, a baker, and a candlestick maker involved.
That already gives it away.
Yeah, it kind of does, but you knew it was coming. Anyway. So yeah, The Retirement Plan. Jackie Earle Haley is coked out of his mind and having fun. Nicolas Cage is crazy and fun, but the movie's bad. And then finally, last dishonorable mention, Malibu Horror Story. Just a bunch of dummies getting bumped up in the dark, and it's fucking hilarious. the only good thing to come out of it is that Ryan's dad picked us up because Ryan was having car trouble, and he came in. He was like 15 minutes late. We were just kept yelling, "Leave the fucking cave!" like the entire movie. And at the end, here's the funniest thing of all. I didn't tell you this story yet. Ryan's dad picked us up and he goes, "What did you guys see?" Like a Malibu Horror Story. It was also the same day I saw The Countryville Ghost, which was bad, which we'll get to. But this was at least fun bad. And he turned to me, Ryan turned to me, and he said, and I quote, "Man, I would have been better off seeing the movie you saw before this one." I'm like, "You're a goddamn liar," and you know it. And he goes, "Yeah,
"No, you told me that actually. You told me that part, like where you were like, where Ryan was like, I would have been better off seeing the first movie."
Well, Ryan's dad was driving us, and he went just a smidge over the speed limit. We got pulled over by a cop. They were coming up to the window, and they're like, "Oh, sorry." I was like, "Where are you headed from?" I'm like, "Oh, we're driving our friend here back home." I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" It's like, we were just coming back in from the movie theater." "Oh, the one in O'Fallon? Like, what did you guys go see?" I was like, "Malibu Horror Story." And they were like, "I've never even heard of that one." I'm like, it's kind of weird. I'm like, "Well, I'm a movie critic, so I have to review everything." And this guy came to help, and they're like, "Oh, what's your channel?" I'm like, Raised on Popcorn with Friends. Like, "I'll subscribe." Like, "Okay, you guys have a wonderful night. We'll let you off with a warning." I'm like, "Thank you, officers." So a couple of cops are watching this. So
that's funny. That's funny.
They were cool, actually, considering that this is proof that not all cops are bastards. A lot of them are, but
true that. But
yeah. Anyway,
right.
Okay, so yeah, those are my dishonorable mentions. But yeah, Malibu Horror Story. Just leave the goddamn cave. What the fuck?
Leave the cave.
Can I be completely honest with you guys? The Halloween season this year kind of fucking sucked. The only 2 things that were really worth anything, in my opinion, were Totally Killer and When Evil Lurks. Like, they were good. Everything else kind of sucked ass. And VHS, of course, but 85.
Not even Five Nights at Freddy's?
Five Nights at Freddy's was alright. But some of the ones we're going to mention, like this, and The Countryville Ghost...
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
The Conference.
Yeah, The Conference, that's right. Wait, what about Dark Harvest?
Oh, Dark Harvest was all right. I actually kind of
Dark Harvest was pretty good.
It wasn't anything spectacular, but I liked it.
Yeah, because I was about to say, don't forget about Dark Harvest there, my man.
It didn't deserve to be all but abandoned by MGM, I will say that.
Yeah.
It had some suspicion.
Yeah, but You ready to get to the top 35, my good sir?
I am.
So, me?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just asking. Like, don't worry. I'm not trying to be egotistical here, but I'm just asking.
No, it's okay. No, you got it.
All right. Number 35, Netflix original film that nobody's ever heard of, and probably for good reason. I think it's a French film. I'm not 1,000% sure what language it is in, but Wing Women. I've already forgotten this movie even existed. What?
What was it called?
It's in English. It's called Wing Women.
I thought you said White Women. I was like, what?
No, Wing Women.
Is this the classy remake of White Chicks that we've all been waiting for?
Bro, I wish. I wish.
What's his name? Omar Sy plays Terry Crews.
That'd actually be kind of funny. But yeah, Wing Women.
He shot.
I kind of forgot. I already
going
forgot this
both
movie
ways.
even existed after I watched it. Characters are bland. It's not really that well made. The writing is bad. There's nothing really about this movie that I would even recommend to anybody. It's just very bland, boring, dull. Yeah. Whatever. I can move on. But there's the reason why it's not higher. It's because obviously, like I said, I already forgot it.
Yeah.
There's worse. There's way worse movies than Wing Women.
Oh,
There's
yes,
way worse.
there are. I haven't even seen it, and I can say that with certainty.
So, but yeah, let's whatever.
Yeah.
If you want
to watch a French movie, rent Smoking Causes Coughing. It's awesome.
That's a good movie, but if you want to watch a great foreign film from this year, just go watch When Evil Lurks.
Hell yeah.
Please,
All
just go watch that.
35. So, is it my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn. Because I don't have anything really to say about Wing Women.
35.
I really don't.
What do you get when you cross the country that gave us the worst person in the world and our friend Toby? Like a G rating, a delightful teddy bear, Norwegian Ned Flanders, and a formerly charming actor whose career is on life support. You get one of the best Christmas movies ever. Teddy's Christmas, baby. That's my number 35. This movie was 70 minutes long. About 60 of those, Ryan was with me. We were baffled by this. We were the only ones in the theater. We saw this at O'Fallon. It was only playing matinees for good fucking reason. We saw it on a Monday afternoon, like at 11 a.m. It was so wonderfully inept. It's like 70 fucking minutes. It's a Norwegian children's movie that is shot well. Like, it's shot kind of decent. The animation's not bad. And the stuff with the teddy bear is actually pretty good. And there's this character who's like the little brother who is so delightful and kind of funny that I genuinely like this character. But the lead in this, sadly, is not the brother or the teddy bear. It's this little turd of a girl who breaks into people's houses, steals all their property to get a teddy bear. And when you go to her house, she's like really fucking well off. This is a really rich, entitled little girl who really wants this teddy bear and is trying to steal it from the house. She thinks it's in the house of this poor family, and she damages another doll that her neighbor who's struggling is giving for his kid. The stuff with the teddy bear and the little girl is barely about this movie. They are on separate paths, really, until the end of the movie. They're in separate little subplots. For most of the movie, he doesn't want to have any human companionship. He kind of doesn't like the little girl, and I don't really blame him. The movie's amazing because there are scenes that happen that are so tonally weird and off, they become kind of terrifying. Like, there's a scene, especially if you're in a theater by yourself in the middle of winter, it just already looks like the afterlife. Because it's shot in Norway, so it's shot somewhat decently. But there's like a scene where the little girl is getting sung a lullaby by her mother. And she's singing this kind of fucked up sounding children's bedtime song, like how I know you're miserable now, but it'll pass, and like everything is morbid and all this stuff. And it's dubbed really badly into English, so it just sounds really weird. And then out of the corner, her pedo-stashed Ned Flanders-looking dad just out of nowhere comes through the corner of the door frame with a ukulele and just goes, and then appears over the corner like this. And it's just like, and I literally in the theater, Ryan looked, he goes, "What the fuck?" And I just went, just losing it. Like, what is going on?
What the fuck?
It's like howdly doodly. It's raping time. Oh my god, that was dark. It's goofy time. Howdly doodly. Oh my god, it was bad. It was bad.
Oh, man.
It was genuinely satire in Minecraft. Don't demonetize, please. This is satire. This is just being
Just
edgelord.
satire, people.
This is not sincere. We're not condoning this behavior. But no, but seriously, it was weird. And there is one great scene, though, that's actually legitimately funny. And it's a scene where the subplot with the little brother is that he becomes, he doubts the existence of Santa Claus. Also, it's a movie where their grandfather, I guess, is Santa Claus, and they're really blasé about it. Yeah, that's another thing that's weird, is that, like, this guy shows up.
I'm sorry, what?
The grandpa's come to visit, and he's like Santa Claus. And you think at first, like, oh, he's dressed as Santa Claus to help the little boy out. No, it implies that he's magical and he really is Santa Claus. And Santa just shows up at their house and it's like, oh, gosh golly, it's Santa Claus. Here, have some tea and a cookie. It's like, what the fuck? Just sitting with what? This is fucking Santa Claus, and you're acting like your neighbor wants to borrow a cup of sugar or something, and you're letting them sit down and have some tea. Like, what the fuck? This movie was weird. It sounds weird. And just the stuff. And Zachary Levi is the only known person in it. He does the voice of the teddy bear. And the other thing too is that the teddy bear, there's like this little raccoon character who's kind of adorable, but she's kind of a creepy stalker. Like, she really, really wants to get with this teddy bear. It's very weird.
What?
I'm telling you, this movie is insane, but I kind of love it. I'm definitely watching it. Dude, that's a candidate next Christmas for our Christmas episode of Bad Movie Nights with Grant. We have to watch Teddy's Christmas. It's short. We have to watch it. We have to find
Thankfully, it's short. Like,
I don't think it's gonna. If it's released on home media at all, I don't think it is in this country because it just kind of came out. I didn't know anything about it. It just kind of. And here's the thing. I think that Little Kids, it is G-rated. It's completely innocent for the most part, except for, condoning horrible crimes. But I think for the most part, I think kids will really like it. I just think that I'm a cynical, perverted adult. I'm reading too much into it. But, yeah, it's Teddy's Christmas 35. It's so bad. It's awesome.
sounds like fun, to be honest.
It's a lot of fun. No, don't get me wrong. These next three, the 35 to 33, are so bad, you have to see them. You have to. Like, it's that level of so bad, it's genuinely fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. So, think we can move on?
Yeah.
All right, number 34. One of two shark movies.
Oh my.
That are going to be on this list. Number 34 is The Black Demon.
I was told by Ryan to watch this. He wanted to know what I thought of it because he didn't like it. And I said, I'll put it on my list. And now I haven't watched it, and I think I didn't miss anything.
You clearly didn't. The shark sequences that are in the film are god-awful. They're not even fun. The the characters are so bland and forgettable. It's poorly shot. Which, by the way, directors, if you want to make a shark movie, have someone capable of making a goddamn shark movie.
Yeah.
Come on.
Wasn't it made by BuzzFeed Studios?
I think so, and it kind of
because they always make shitty movies. Well, except for Puppy Love.
It shows
that
with
was
this one,
kind
to be
of
honest. Like, you can tell that the budgeting for this thing was just not there at all. Like, if you want to make a good shark movie, also have the budget.
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah, number 34, the Black Demon. Just fuck.
Save some of
No.
that anger, Ponto. We're up a lot more.
Don't worry, man. I got anger in me.
So, I am looking on every streaming and rental service I could find. Teddy's Christmas is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I know it. I checked for that one too. I'm actually gonna be real with you. I checked for that one too. But there's nothing for it, which is actually kind of funny.
And you know what's amazing? Blue Fox Entertainment, who put it out, they usually make some really good movies. Like, they made, recently, my second favorite movie of the year so far, Fitting In, was them. Aristotle and Dante, The Inventor, they also made The Cunterville Ghost. I guess you can't win them all, but Phil...
Yeah, you'll talk about that. I definitely won't.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 34 is Black Demon. Fuck this fucking movie.
What up? Excellent news. I just finished watching Zodiac. What'd you think? Great movie.
Well, we liked it.
Stop recommending good movies, people. This is the worst list. That's not why we're here tonight. I wish it was.
Honestly, even talking about these movies just makes me want to just go back to the theater and literally watch 4 of the movies that are playing in my theater right now, which are Anyone But You, The Beekeeper, Argyle, and Lisa Frankenstein.
Here's the thing. People ask me, it's like, man, that's what your job is? You get to see every movie? And my answer is to steal from Rich Roper. Yeah, but I have to see every movie. I don't have the choice to not see certain movies. So it's not always fun. And these are the perfect examples.
But it's part of our job, dude. So
sometimes they're a little bit fun.
They're fun to talk. Sometimes they're fun to talk about.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. 34. I'm done talking about the Black Demon.
Yeah. 34 is a movie that, if you're going to watch it, don't be like Ponto. Don't watch it alone. Watch it with friends who are snarky. The Devil Conspiracy. It is...
I'm talking about that one later. Fuck that piece of shit.
It is so funny, though. It's so bad that you kind of... I feel like everyone should see it just to see how bad a movie can be. Because it's so bad. I don't know how this came into existence. I remember reading... When it was showing up on my listings, I was talking to people, I'm like, what are you seeing this weekend? They're like, oh, I'm seeing this movie called The Devil Conspiracy. Like, what is it about? He goes, I don't know. Let me see what the description is. And I read it, and I was just like, a priest is killed and is resurrected by the ghost of the Archangel Michael to stop a bunch of Satanists from using the Shroud of Christ to impregnate this poor woman with an evil demonic Jesus, whatever. And I was reading this, I'm like, oh my god, this sounds amazing. And then this sounds amazingly bad. And then you see the movie, and it's even weirder than you think it's going to be. Like, it's so my water, bro. Acid. It's like so dumb. I would love it if the people who made this, it was made in the Czech Republic. I would love if the people who made this came out tomorrow and said, it was meant to be a comedy. Like, this was meant to be a horror comedy. I would actually give it a positive review. Because if so, it's the funniest horror movie since Evil Dead 2. But I don't think that was intended. I really don't. I think that it was intended to be
I didn't think that was not even the intention.
And it's kind of amazing. This movie is going to Z-grade, lovers of Z-grade schlock. This is...
Chuckle Fucks McGee.
Chuckle Fucks McGee, who liked it. Okay, that was the first movie I saw with Ryan, and he came with Austin and I, and we loved it for the same reasons, like, oh, we love Teddy's Christmas. Like, we love
that's the kind of way I would see it from you, dude.
Well, but this movie...
that's the way I would understand it, you know?
But the other thing is, you have to remember, we're the only 3 people in the theater, and we were just... The whole movie, we were like, oh my god, there's some weird molestery undercurrents to this. What is happening? We're just making jokes. Because it is. Think about it. They auction off children right after we see a Catholic priest possessed going, oh. I'm not making this up.
I know you're not.
This is weird.
Yeah,
Agreed.
it's awesome.
Have you seen Poor Things yet, View with Drew? Because you might change your opinion on the Mark Ruffalo side of things if you see Poor Things, because that's pretty great performance. Anyway, but yeah, number 34, The Devil Conspiracy. It's the conspiracy is people who think it's actually good, but it's
Chuckle Fox McGee.
Chucklefucks McGee. But yeah, I'm not mad at this movie at all. I've seen it. I'll be real. I've seen some of it since I saw it in the theater when it was on Hulu. I watched it again a little bit, and not the whole thing, but I was like, and I did realize, I did feel for you. It's like, yeah, this really doesn't work when you're by yourself. If you have to kind of be with the right friends who will go see a crazy ass stupid movie with you.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I'll talk about it later. But 33?
Yeah.
33. Oh yeah, this is Heart of Stone.
We will be talking about Heart of Stone eventually.
There's nothing memorable about this movie. The
No.
only reason why I didn't give this film 0 is because I thought Gal Gadot and Jamie Dornan were fine in the movie. I thought they were fine. Other than that, nothing really much else to offer. Just if you wanted a good Mission Impossible movie and you skipped out on Dead Reckoning Part 1, shame on you.
If it wasn't made by Skydance, I would say that the filmmakers of Mission Impossible would be able to sue. But sadly, it was produced by
so yeah, shame on you people that didn't see Mission Impossible in theaters and
Yeah.
sat through this piece of shit at home. Look, Gal Gadot and Jamie Dornan are talented people. They're talented.
So is Ali Abad. She's not as well known in this country, but she's really good in Bollywood movies.
And also Archie Madekwe is in this movie too.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. He was in this too, wasn't he?
Thankfully, he has two other movies he can cover for.
One good, one great. Yeah, I agree.
Two of which are the two that were on my best of list: Gran Turismo and Saltburn.
One of them wasn't on my best of list, and I really liked it. The other one was on my best of list.
So
please see previous video.
Yeah, please see previous video to see where they land for us.
I hope you don't mind that it's 4 hours long. If you need to, you can go get a snack and split it up. I don't care.
Yeah. But Heart of Stone, there's nothing memorable about this movie. It's just AI-generated Mission Impossible. That's literally all it is.
And ironically, both films are about trying to stop a rogue evil AI.
But which one does it better, though?
Mission Impossible. Dude,
that's obvious.
What the fuck do you think? Mission fucking Impossible.
That's why I'm saying, if people think Heart of Stone does that better, you're fucking drunk.
Like, that better be a rhetorical question, Ponto.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, one. Okay, you know when we talk about John Mulaney's bit about lobster and Skittles? Mission Impossible, the finest lobster. Heart of Stone, the most rotted, corn syrupy Skittles that are stuck together in a sewer. Like, there's no comparison.
Yeah.
At all.
Again, shame on all of you that missed out on Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
Shame on all of you because you sat at home and watched this piece of shit.
Well, and now that you've done that, your penance is go on Paramount Plus and watch Mission Impossible. In fact, that's not even penance. That's joy. Because you're going to be seeing a good movie.
You get the intense feeling, you get the emotion, and you get the awesome action.
The one thing I will say in defense of the people, and someone pointed this out, and I kind of agree, is do you think that maybe the posters and trailers for Dead Reckoning didn't do that movie any favors? In one sense, let me put it to you this way. In the sense that they look kind of the same as all the other ones. Like, the poster for it and the advertising looks very much like the ones for the other movies. So it might have felt
I think its honestly biggest fault was that it was a part 1.
Yeah.
Let me be honest.
Yeah. All right.
But let's fuck Heart of Stone. Gal Gadot, please pick better roles. Or hell, even better, actually, Gal Gadot, fire your agent.
Oh, dear God, please.
just fire your fucking agent. Like, fuck.
Have
Save the anger. Save the anger.
Have Patty Jenkins either write or look at your scripts from now on before you make anything.
Yes, just make Patty Jenkins your agent.
Yeah, just make Wonder Woman movies. Now that's the key. Well, okay. The second one. Never mind. Don't just make Wonder Woman movies. Make the first Wonder Woman. Just keep making movies on that quality, and you'll be.
But we can move on.
You know what's funny? Someone made this point the other day. It goes, you know how Wonder Woman is a great movie, but the third act is kind of weak, but it doesn't kill the movie. The second Wonder Woman is kind of, if the whole movie was the third act of the first Wonder Woman, I'm like, yeah. Oh my God, you're absolutely right. It's kind of true.
Yeah, I get it. But let's just move on. Fuck this movie. Heart of Stone.
War is not killed by the power of love just because you kill Professor Lupin, Wonder Woman. I'm sorry. It's not in a goofy headdress.
Yeah.
33. Speaking of ridiculous big budget movies, Stop You Fool! Knights of the Zodiac.
Stop You Fool! I'm gonna be talking about that way later. But don't get me wrong though, it's still an amazingly terrible movie, but I will be talking about it later.
I saved the highest of my ones for the pinnacle of so bad it's good. Knights of the Zodiac is so bad that I'm pretty sure I own it on Blu-ray. Like, it's so bad that I think I do. I don't have it near me. I'm pretty sure I got it at Walmart a few weeks ago. I love this movie. It's terrible, but I love it. It falls into that category of things like Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance of like, it's so bad that I have to own it. It's like, it's so bad.
I mean, I own Knights of the Zodiac, so
Knights of the Zodiac is delightfully bad. Like,
yeah.
It's bad and ways that are amazing. That's all I have to say about it. We will be. Let me put it to you this way: we failed to do a watch along before. We're gonna do that. Toot sweet, but good.
We'll do it. We'll do it.
But yeah, Knights of the Zodiac. Stop You Fool!
Stop You Fool!
That sums up this movie with total sincerity. Stop You Fool!
Greatest bad line of all time. Like
the best worst big budget episode of Power Rangers you've ever fucking seen. I love this movie. It's terrible.
Yeah, I'll talk about Knights of the Zodiac later. But...
Except Mark Dacascos. He actually was awesome. Like, cap, he was kind of awesome.
Yeah, I'll give it that.
Yeah.
But regardless, let's move on to number 32.
Yeah, number 32. Go ahead.
Netflix original film. Yay!
Yay!
Little foreign film called Noise. This movie tries to somewhat be a family drama, but it comes off like a fucking comedy, and that was not even the film's intention. That was not even the film's intention, and it's even sadder for that. The performances are all terrible. Our main character is so unlikable to a point where it's like, I don't even want to even talk to you.
Yeah.
The story is so basic to a point where it's like, okay, I've seen this shit before, but it's like, you're making it even worse.
Yeah.
This movie is just an unintentional comedy, but it's not even meant, like I said, it's not even meant to even be a comedy. It's trying to be a family drama, but it just comes off, like I said, like a comedy.
Yeah.
And not even in a good way. So that's it. And I can't even enter this film into the territory of a so bad it's a good movie.
Yeah.
Like, for that reason. Like,
so I haven't seen it, but every time you describe this movie to me, I just keep thinking, I'm like, man, this just sounds like an Asylum mockbuster version of A Quiet Place. That's all it sounds like, basically.
Yeah, just whatever. Fuck this
It's
movie.
the snakes on a train to A Quiet Place. Like,
basically, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's not good at all.
Yes.
I would much rather watch better Netflix movies than this.
I'd rather just watch A Quiet Place. Or for that matter, Quiet Place 2.
Yeah. But
The better version of that same story. By the way, that Quiet Place prequel looks awesome.
I haven't seen the trailer, but I'm already looking forward to it. The reason why I'm looking forward to it, though, is because it's from the director of Pig.
Oh, that's right. Right.
That's the reason why I'm looking forward to it. It's from the director of Pig.
To quote Leonardo DiCaprio in Django Unchained, first you had my interest, now you have my attention.
Yes. All right. So, yeah, I'm done talking about this movie.
Number 32. Speaking of Suncoast and the next film after 32, a wise man once said that the road to hell was paved with good intentions, and man, did they pave the road to hell. Number 32 is Shelter in Solitude. Saban Fallon Hogan, you're one of our finest character actors. You also wrote this movie, so I sadly a lot of the blame goes to you. Like we mentioned before, yeah, if you're wondering what are they talking about when we mentioned Eileen last week and we said this was the better movie from this fall season of Saban Fallon Hogan as
playing a warden
at a prison, or a guard at a prison, that's this.
So it's basically like Shelter in Solitude, Eileen, right here.
Yeah, this movie, Eileen.
It's like way up here.
Digging Shelter in Solitude.
And then Shelter in Solitude's like all the way down to my foot.
If we're comparing it, Eileen is Blazing Saddles, and Shelter in Solitude is Jury Duty with Pauly Shore. Like, there's not even any. Anyway, it's Bob the Butler with fucking Tom Green. Like, it's that level of like, yeah. It's back on the strip. That's the comparison.
There you go. Yeah.
Which
we will both be talking about.
Spoiler alert.
We're both going to be talking about Back on the Strip.
But yeah, just good, well-intentioned, but it's a bummer ending. It's shot poorly. The acting is bad. Some of the actors are relatives and or children of Miss Fallon Hogan. Like, there's a cop character in this who's played by her son, and I'm sorry, young man, you can't act. Like, you genuinely can't act, or at least you can't in this movie. I don't know if you can in other movies. It might just be a direction thing. I think that Robert Patrick tries. He really tries. I think that Peter Macon tries. All these actors are good. We have 3 good character actors, and they're just wasted on this movie that is the epitome of a white savior narrative. It's not interesting. It's not, and it has a bummer ending. It's like, imagine the parody scene from the American Society of Magical Negroes of The Green Mile if it was sincere. And that's essentially this movie. It's like, it just feels really disingenuous in a way that frustrated me, because I think that the intentions are pure, and I think that they're trying to go for something, but beyond everything else, it just doesn't look like a movie. The dialogue is from another planet. The shot composition is poor. I don't know how this got into theaters. This came to Edwardsville. It played for a week. I don't know how it got there. It was self-financed, I guess. I don't know if it was shot locally. But if you see it pop up somewhere on Tubi, just don't bother. Don't watch Shelter in Solitude. It's a waste of 2 hours. So yeah, that's my number 32. Good intentions, gone to the shitter. But I love you, Saban Fallon Hogan. You're phenomenal. You're great. It's just not this time.
Yeah.
But you will be again. You already have been. Again. So
yeah, you redeemed. You somewhat.
You were good in Eileen.
Yourself with Eileen.
Yeah. Good in Charlotte's Web. You know what? Fuck it. Good in Fred the movie. That's a goddamn cinematic masterpiece. I will not take any notes.
All right. Well, okay. Yeah. We can move on.
It's not that bad. I stand by it. It's not anything spectacular. It's not that bad. It got worse as it went along.
But yes.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Anyway, go ahead. 32. Oh,
no, 31.
32. 31. Yeah. Go ahead.
One of 2 movies from this director are on this list, and they're both remakes. Yeah, great, right?
Oh, real quick, I should also, sorry, I don't mean it. Sorry, I'm real happy for you, Luke. I'm gonna let you finish, but Chicken Run Dawn of the Nugget is the worst movie of all time. No, no, I was gonna say it was 32 to 1 are zeros. I should probably point out on my list.
My
It was that bad.
So this is 31. This is 31. 29, 24, 23 to 23 to 11 are zeros. My number 10 is also 1, but that's also So Bad It's Good movie. And then 9 through 1 are the rest of the zeros.
Yeah.
So just yeah, in case since you pointed that out.
If you're looking at it on the spill scale, 5 stars plus is better than sex. 1 star and low, like 1.5 star and lower is some old bullshit, and 0 stars is fuck you. There you go.
Yeah, but like I said, number 31, one of 2 movies from this director, and they're both remakes. So yeah, you need to make better movies, man. White Men Can't Jump.
I didn't hate it.
I thought this movie was just painfully unfunny. Sinkhole Walls and Jack Harlow, they're fine in the movie. I thought Jack Harlow was actually the best part of the entire movie, which is
Sinkhole Walls was better this year in Mending the Line and The Blackening than that. I will give you, but
mainly The Blackening.
Well, Mending the Line though too, because he can act. I mean, he's a good actor.
He can act, yeah, but it's just this movie that didn't show it.
Oh, by the way, that was also Blue Fox Entertainment who did Mending the Line, so they have a good output.
Yeah, but it was just this movie that showed that just doesn't show his talents. But I mean, I like Jack Harlow as a musical artist, and I think he's also pretty good as an actor, mainly on SNL.
I think he has potential. I
think he has potential, but once again, he tries. This movie just doesn't show it. The comedy in it just did not hit. There's maybe one joke involving a flamethrower that actually did kind of get me. I thought that was actually pretty funny.
The joke about the dude with big ears was funny. That was kind of funny. Where he's psyching the dude out with the, what does he say? Something like, oh, I thought you had supersonic hearing with those things. Or whatever, and he has giant Obama ears. That was funny.
That was a chuckle for me.
That was kind of funny. I thought you had supersonic hearing or something, like Daredevil and shit. That was funny.
But yeah, I really just only got one laugh out of this movie, to be honest. But the rest of it, it's not funny. It's poorly written.
Yeah.
Just Calamatic. Just make original films. This movie and also one other movie I'm going to be talking about on my list should show that he should not be remaking classic comedies.
Even though I don't have the hard-on for hate for either of those movies that you do, I will admit, you have to admit, this was slightly better than the other one.
Yes, I can agree, but
it was slightly more of an actual movie than the other one.
It actually felt like a movie.
Yeah.
But it's still not saying anything for me.
Yeah.
Because it's you remade 2 comedy classics.
Yeah.
But you half-assed it.
I think that it's hard to do something when Ron Shelton writes and directs a movie that has people like Wesley Snipes, Rosie Perez, and Woody Harrelson in it. I think you're just asking for trouble to try to remake it. It's because those factors are
and the original White Men Can't Jump is a classic.
It is.
That's one of my favorite movies.
It's a great movie. But the other thing, too, is that my biggest issue with it as a fan of the original was the female characters didn't really do anything. In the first movie, Rosie Perez's character is a character. She's on fucking Jeopardy. Tiana Taylor is fucking wasted in this movie. And she's a great actor, and she's given nothing to do. This movie, look at her in 1001, or look at her brief but memorable role in Book of Clarence. She's a good actor.
But again, this one doesn't show it.
Yeah, well, also those are better movies. They're really good. I'm just saying.
But yeah, 31, White Men Can't Jump. Just watch the original, please.
Yeah. It's not great, but it's not. I don't think it's worst of the year worthy, but it's not great.
All right, just go to your 31, my dude. I'm done talking about this pile of shit.
31. God damn it, it's still in theaters. Just go see Book of Clarence instead of anything else. give it your support. Not everything about it works perfectly, but it's still really fun and interesting. Anyway, number 31. Speaking of the road to hell being paved with good intentions, On a Wing and a Prayer.
Yeah.
Sean McNamara just.
I don't know why studios are still giving him money to make movies, because he is a horrible filmmaker.
Dennis Quaid, goddamn it. Heather Graham, goddamn it. Why would you do this? I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this.
My aunt Angela I'm going to call her out, she loved this movie. And my mom, I guess, didn't know I saw it, because she must have missed that when it popped up in her subscriptions, or she just didn't see the review. Because she just doesn't have time to see all my videos because they make a billion of them. But she mentioned, I came upstairs and she started watching it. I was like, and she had it paused, and she's like, "Oh, have you seen this?" I'm like, "Yeah, it was really bad." It's like, "Oh, and Angela liked it." I'm like, "She also liked Last Christmas." It's just remember that. She goes, "Yeah." He goes, "What do you think?" She goes, "I don't know. I've watched it for 15 minutes. I think I'm gonna bail. It's not very good." I'm like, "You're not gonna miss anything." And so she did. She just, before they even got into the plane, she just bailed on the movie. She just turned it off. I watched the whole thing and was like, I wish I could have. I will say this: when they get on the plane, it becomes slightly more watchable than when they're doing the family cookout scenes and shit. Like, the setup is worse than the major plot kicking in. It's worse. That's why it's so low on the list. But I do think that, like, the stuff where, like, they're at the family cookout and they're doing the Southern accent, and Heather Graham and Dennis Quaid are trying to be, like, flirty with each other. I was just thinking, like, God, I've seen porn with better acting. And these are good actors! Like, these are legitimately good actors. Like, Heather Graham, fucking Boogie Nights. Like, she can act.
Austin Powers, Spy Who Shagged Me?
Austin Powers, Spy Who Shagged Me. I'm just gonna say it. I don't give a shit. Say it isn't so. Because that movie's fucking underrated and hilarious. No, but I love Heather Graham, and I love, and I know that he gets a lot of shit, but Dennis Quaid, when he's in good material, well, for instance, Strays, goddamn, he's better in the 1 minute he's in that movie than any scene in On a Wing and a Prayer. And his only thing to do is, his only joke in the movie is that it's Dennis Quaid, happens to be in the movie at that point. That's his only joke, is that he's Dennis Quaid. And it's better acting. I'm Dennis Quaid. And I was like, man, that is some fucked up shit. And I should know. I'm Dennis Quaid. And Dennis Quaid is some fucked up shit. That was great. You know what? You want to watch an underrated, another rated Dennis Quaid movie that gets too much critical hate? Yours, Mine, and Ours.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Childhood nostalgia, maybe.
That one helps for me too, man.
I watched it not long ago again, and I was like, you know, this movie really isn't that bad. People were way too hard on this. I mean, it's a cheaper by the dozen wannabe, but like, again, if you're gonna rip off something good. Yes, cheaper by the dozen is good. Fuck you.
Yes, that's good.
Even the second one, I know.
The second one's not bad.
The second one has its moments. It's not as good as the first one, but
he's doing the move.
The stuff with Eugene Levy is great because it's Eugene.
I mean,
Levy.
Eugene Levy is always great. Like,
I love Eugene Levy. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Speaking of movies that I have childhood nostalgia goggles and Eugene Levy. I'm sorry, but deadass the best Mary Kate and Ashley movie is New York Minute. Come at me, haters. Fuck you. Movie's underrated. Andy Richter plays a Chinese mob boss. Come on, that movie's awesome. Who knows Kung Fu? Anyway,
there you go.
Yeah. So yeah, on a Wing and a Prayer.
Who could it be?
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air to leave the nearest room this movie is on.
Whatever. Fuck it.
Fuck this movie. You know what? Fuck everything. Go watch The Greatest American Hero, goddamn. Just to hear the theme song and then stay for the awesomeness, cheesy 80s-ness of it.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free.
Yeah, what?
Flying away on a wing and a prayer.
In a prayer.
Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. No, the best thing is when Peter Griffin is in the costume where they're doing Jackass and he's dressed in.
That's what I was gonna point out was Jackass.
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Who could it be? Could it be? Believe it or not, it's just boom.
All right, let's just move on.
What are you doing on the roof? Shut up, Brian. We're playing Jackass.
We're doing Jackass.
By the way, you know what? Fuck everything. Go on Peacock and watch the Ted series. God damn it. It's fucking hilarious. Anyway.
Let's just move on.
Today, today we are learning about masturbation. It's like, so are you gonna get about homework? Because I think Johnny has already gotten extra credit. Shut the fuck up, dude. All right, go ahead.
Let's just move on. Because we're an hour 20 in and we need to keep
I know. We gotta keep moving. We're now in the top 30, everybody, of the.
And we're only an hour 20 into the
No,
video.
not the top, the bottom. Bottom 30. Yeah, On a Wing and Prayer sucks ass. Number 31. At least we got a lot
30.
of good Family Guy jokes out of it.
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
Number 30, another Netflix original, a sequel that we for sure as hell did not ask for, did not need, and now that we've seen it, wanted.
Chicken
Bird
Run
Box Barcelona.
They made a sequel to Bird Box? What?
Yep, Bird Box Barcelona.
First one wasn't even good.
I liked the first one, honestly. I thought it was fine. But did we need a sequel?
Bird Box was the equivalent, was the epitome of We Have a Quiet Place at Home.
Mommy, we want a quiet place. No, I was trying to do that so you can finish the line. Mommy, we want a quiet place.
We have a quiet place at home.
A quiet place at home, blank.
Yeah. Speaking of
this is just another stripped down. This is basically.
It's the same goddamn.
This is just basically Netflix's excuse of A Quiet Place Part 2, basically.
Yeah, except like its predecessor, A Quiet Place Part 2 was actually really fucking good.
Yeah. And this was also just Netflix's excuse, also just to get more money, of also watch hours for a sequel to Bird Box.
Yeah,
but we didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for it. Nobody wanted it. I didn't want it either.
If you're gonna make a sequel to a Machine Gun Kelly movie, why don't you just make Good Morning 2? You Reloaded, you cowards.
Fuck that piece of shit. But yeah, Bird Box Barcelona, number 30. Just fuck.
All right, number 30.
Go.
All the weeaboos of the world are gonna fucking torture me for this, but I'm gonna go with it anyway. Sword Art Online, the movie, progressive, Scherzo of Deep Night. I honestly forgot this came out this year. I thought it was from last year. I got the most shit for this movie and the Demon Slayer comp movie, which I liked. I just said it wasn't a movie. I still enjoyed it, but this movie and the quintuplets got a lot of shit from anime lovers going like, "Well, how do you know you've never seen the Source Tale?" I'm like, because it's a movie. Listen, with all this shit that comes out that's adaptations of something, how many critics do you think go into any movie knowing the entire backstory? Nobody. Movies are built to be viewable as movies. The problem with Sword Art Online is I have talked to people who have watched the show and don't like it, and they have told me that I said it's just a 2-hour exposition dump, and they were like, that's basically the rest of the show. So my question is, if you're going to make a movie out of a show, wouldn't you want the movie stakes to be high? Wouldn't you want to do something you really couldn't do on the show? And by that metric, why choose this? Like, I don't understand Sword Art Online, this phenomenon, and they choose a plot to make a movie out of, and the plot is just exposition while walking to a dungeon and having a little fight at the end. Like,
Nothing added to it.
Yeah, like, why waste the money? Like, what's the point of throwing extra dollars to update your animation for the big screen to just have them go to the place to get the thing and describe? And the other thing is that imagine Ready Player One with no real world stakes, and that's basically this movie, because it's set in the virtual world, but we never get any. If there is any kind of threat outside of the virtual space, we never see it or hear about it. Like, at least Ready Player One, the movie, and especially the book, they show what happens on the outside when the bad guys try to take the Oasis. Like, blows up the trailer park, right? We never see any, or in the book, spoiler alert, Sato gets flung out of his treehouse window to his death, and they make it look like a suicide. He dies in the book.
Right.
That's what do you do? Like, someone from whatever comes in, logs him out of the Oasis, and then grabs his body and throws it out of a tree and kills him. So, like, there you go, in the book.
Oh,
so what I'm saying is, why would you choose to make your movie be about exposition? Like, I don't understand. You know what I mean? I don't. And have that be really the only thing the movie's about. And then, when someone doesn't like being expositioned at, why would you get so upset when you don't like it? And do the, well, you would like it better if you watched the show. I'm like, but the thing is that when it's a movie, it's supposed to do things you're not supposed to do on the show. So is the exposition worse on the show? Is that what you're saying? Like, is this the more exciting version of their exposition dumps? Like, I don't get it.
I don't know how you make that exciting.
You know what it is? It's like one of those transitional episodes of Pokemon where they don't fight. They're just visiting a gym for a little bit, and then they go on to the next city. It's like that episode.
But Pokemon, whenever they actually have gym battles, it's not heavy exposition. They actually have a goddamn gym battle.
Well, and the other thing is Pokemon has humor and stuff and character development, whereas this is literally just
and also,
we must go.
Yes, like not just humor, but also charming characters. Like
this is a, you know what this is, and I'm saying this with, this is a slightly prettier looking Last Airbender when you really think about it, because it's just exposition dumps. It's all it is. It's just walking to well-appointed places and having actors go, we must go, yes we must, to this place, to this place, to this place. And look, unlike Last Airbender, where it's a live action remake of a terrific series, this is just a straight-on follow-up to that series. And if this is the what they expand into a movie, what's the show like? Because it seems just on this evidence that it's not much different. And that would imply that it's also really boring. So I don't get it. But anyway, that's my number 30. Sword Art Online, the movie, long-ass subtitle, is bad.
Yeah.
They don't even tell you what Shahurzo of Deep Night fucking means.
Which I think is fucking stupid.
Yeah, it is.
But let's just move on. Number 29. Now, hold up a second. Do I own this movie? Yes, I do. But, hold your horses.
Okay.
This is I'm also going to be telling you that I own some of these movies, mainly because they're part of completion for certain franchises. Because that's the way I am. Just saying, that's the way I am.
Well, to be fair, I would criticize, except that I have Fant 4-Stick on Blu-ray, and I hated that fucking movie, so...
I can still criticize these movies, even if I fucking own them.
That's true.
So, my number 29 is The Nun 2.
God damn it.
AKA The Nungeing 2. I want none more of this.
None of this. The Nun 2 back in the
seriously, this movie was an opportunity here to improve upon a god-awful predecessor known as The Nun. You had an opportunity here.
Sister Act 3, how Valak got her groove back.
let me just clarify on this though. I also want to shout out Graham for this, for being on the review with me. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. And Justin too, right? Wasn't he on there with us?
Well, he was on there for a little bit before he had to leave.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to Justin also. But this movie, we saw this one with a packed theater, and him and I were bored. Anytime I cut to a jump scare, I always yelled out "Boo, bitch!"
Boo, bitch!
I always yelled that out. And then also when Taissa Farmiga was knocked out, during that one scene,
who is totally wasted in this franchise. She's a really good actor.
Yeah, but when she was knocked out in one scene, I actually yelled this out because I was like, well, because they're gonna start coming. I was like, "Wake up, bitch!" It's a wake up call. But then I was just like, oh, well, fuck. I don't care what happens in this movie. Just get it over with. And it was over. It was awful.
You ever have a moment where you see a childhood icon pop up in something and you're like, wow, you really haven't aged a day, and then you see the movie there and you're like, oh god, but this.
And now, also, I'm going to clarify, the only reason why this film does not get a 0 in my book, I think there actually is some pretty good shots in this movie with the cinematography.
But how can you tell? It's always fucking dark and dingy looking.
Well, I'm mainly meaning during the daytime sequences. Whenever it's daytime, it actually is a pretty well shot movie.
I liked this. I liked it a lot better the first time I saw it last year when it was called The Pope's Exorcist.
AKA the only good exorcism movie we got last year.
The one that was actually kind of surprisingly kind of fun and kind of.
I was gonna put that one as an honorable mention for my best film. Also, I actually really enjoyed it.
Razzies, how fucking dare you nominate Russell Crowe for worst actor for that movie, you fucking bastards.
When he was actually really good in the movie.
He was, and here's the thing. He was camping it up, but that was the point. The movie, here's the thing. The Pope's Exorcist, I think, is not supposed to be taken seriously. I think the filmmakers are in on the joke. I don't think it's supposed to be taken as seriously as people think it is.
But yeah. With The Nun 2, like I said, a couple of reasons why this film does not get 0. There are some good shots in the movie that I actually thought that actually looked pretty good. And Storm Reid was actually my favorite part of this entire movie. She was actually the only person in this film that actually gave a shit. Nobody else even looked like they even wanted to be there. They were just there for the paycheck.
I totally forgot she was in that movie.
Storm Reid was the only person that actually gave a shit in this entire movie. She was the only person that I actually felt like was giving a performance.
You talk about weird patterns in a year. We're talking about Archie Madekwe. Let's think about it. You were in Missing, you were in The Last of Us, and this movie. Well, 2 out of 3.
But at least she has. But at least she has the other 2 things that she can cover for. Like I said, like you said with Archie Madekwe.
Right, it's like Archie Madekwe again. It's like 2 out of 3 in bed. You're in Gran Turismo, Saltburn, and oh yeah, oh that's right. Oh, you were in that. Fuck.
It's the same with Storm Reid. You were in Missing. You were in The Last of Us. Oh wait. I forgot you were in this. Yeah. But yeah, The Nun 2, boring fucking movie, and it's just
let's move on.
All jump scares. There's no story. It's all jump scares.
It is. The last point I wanted to make is because I kind of queued it up that when you see a childhood crush and you're like, oh my god, you're so gorgeous, and then you're like, what are you doing here? The girl who played Susan in the fucking Chronicles of Narnia movies is in this as the mom of that little girl who kind of has the hots for the gardener dude. And I was watching it.
And then also the nuns cry for her when she was possessed by a fucking demon that tried to kill them.
I know. Anyway, but she is still gorgeous. And I'm just like, but you were in, again, fuck you, it is a good movie. The Chronicles of Narnia, the first one, is great. It's a great adaptation of that.
That's a good movie. Can I just watch that, please?
Yeah, you look the same. You're even dressed kind of the same. Just, why don't you Susan Pevensey again? Why do you need to be in this?
Okay, sorry for that little tangent, but I just wanted to get that out.
She can be in the reboot.
I just wanted to get that part out of the way because that still pisses me off. And also, what they hype up to be the devil is a fucking goat. An actual goat.
I hate to do this, but The Witch did it better.
Hold on 1 second.
Witch was a good movie.
Yes. Yes. Come on. Fucking. Hold on.
This to me is the epitome of, when you describe the goat aspect, this is the epitome of anything can be done well, you have to do it right, because when Evil Lurks, that role was played by a dog, but it was good.
Yeah.
It was actually scary.
I was gonna say, but here it is. Hold on, I'm just trying to find it. Yes.
Fuck you!
I love
Yeah.
that cursing now has trigger warnings on fucking YouTube.
Well, I don't fucking care about cursing right now.
Go, like, by the way, in case you haven't noticed, this video is not for children. Fuck, shit, twat hammer,
Balls.
cunt biscuit. All right, moving on. So piss off, kids. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm done talking about the Nun too.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say I want none more of this.
we gotta fucking move on, dude. We're gonna be here all night. It's been almost 2 hours, and we haven't even got.
Yeah, I know. Well,
30.
Let's just. Look, man. I don't want to do this, but let's just keep some of these brief.
We have to, because the thing is, when we get to the top 5, 10, it's gonna be Rant City.
Yeah, so let's just keep these. Let's just keep these next ones brief.
Well, 29. Speaking of terrible horror movies that are worse than The Nun. And also speaking of Suncoast and worst movies to ever premiere at the Sundance Film Festival, number 29. On the farm, every Friday, on the farm, it's rabbit shit day. Run, rabbit, from this movie. Run, rabbit, run.
I'll talk about that a little bit later.
Sarah Snook is trying. All I was thinking watching it was, dear God, I just should watch Succession again.
Yeah.
Sarah Snook, you're great. Damon Harriman, you're also great. But this movie is ugly, both in the look of it, in what it's about. It's just a vile, gross, stupid movie that's not scary. Has no ending. They just forgot to make one. It just stops. There's they're not even satisfying. There's no conclusion. They just completely forgot to write one. And then to have these people get all off their seat about how everybody who criticizes this movie and says it's derivative is an asshole who's trying to keep female filmmakers down. Look, you're following 2 movies made by women who are horror films that this is clearly an homage to, which are The Babadook and Relic, who are both directed by fucking women. And guess what? They have a feminist angle. And guess what else? They're really fucking good movies. This isn't. You made a shitty movie. Like, own it. It's not a we hate women thing. It's we hate bad movies thing. And I love, and this is coming from me. You know me. I'm a dirty, rotten libtard. You know this. I am a feminist. I am very much against anybody being, disregarded for any reason in regards to, who they are, gender, whatever, sexual orientation. This movie it's not bad because it was made by women. It's bad because it's bad. It's not scary. The acting is actually kind of bad, even from some of the good actors. It's repetitive and dreary and drab and cruel, and it brings up the specter of like child abuse and does nothing really interesting with it. It just becomes kind of like,
and it's pretentious.
It's extremely pretentious, and it's like
we were not going to go through that, and we were not going to go through this film and not say that it's pretentious.
Well, the whole thing, it's like look, we're like those other moody Australian horror films. You could also throw Wolf Creek into that category. It's like, yeah, but you know what the difference is? Between this movie and Wolf Creek, The Babadook, The Nightingale, or Relic, again, those are all good movies. They're brutal and they're unforgiving, and they use the Australian setting to be brutal, bleak, and unforgiving, but they earn it. They're good. And even when they have pretentious elements, they earn the pretension. You haven't earned it. It's not.
They clearly haven't.
Yeah. It's like, don't try and compare yourself if you're not going to live up to it. If you're not even going to make an effort, don't. Just because it's an Australian outback horror movie doesn't make it good. It just makes it another outback Australian horror movie, in the same way that just because Pawnee and Selvin and Triple R are both, pan-Indian movies means that they're both of the same quality. No, because one's good and one's not. There's, what I mean? That's such a dumb idea that, yeah. So anyway, moving on, 29, Run, Rabbit, Run. Just run away from this bullshit.
Yeah. But like I said, man, we really got to keep this one. We got to keep these next.
Yeah, sorry.
One's brief.
Yeah.
I'll keep this one as brief as I possibly can with number 28. Or
29.
No, we already did 29. 29. My 29 was The Nun, too.
I thought your 30 was The Nun, too.
Wait, hold on. 30 was a Bird Box Barcelona.
Oh, okay, yeah. 28. Okay, you're right. Sorry.
Hey, hold on. So, again, we're going to do the finish the line. Mommy, we want Pitch Perfect.
We'll be talking about that relatively
Finish
soon.
the line.
We have Pitch Perfect at home.
Pitch Perfect at home equals Praise This. AKA Pitch Perfect with Christian tones. Fuck you.
AKA...
It is so sanctimonious. It tries to shove Jesus down your throat. For an hour, 40 minutes.
AKA Joyful Noise without the charm or the combined talents of Jeremy Jordan, Keke Palmer, Chris Christopherson, Queen Latifah, and Dolly Parton.
Chloe Bailey, take some notes from your sister Hallie because she's apparently better than you at acting.
She had a good year this year between Little Mermaid and The Color Purple, and again.
And I love Halle Bailey.
Yeah, she's great.
Yes. I love Halle Bailey as much as the next person does, but it's like, Chloe, take some notes from your sister, my girl, because she's apparently appeared in 2 great movies, even though I still have not seen The Color Purple. Don't get mad at me for that. But did
it ever come to your theater?
It did, but I tried to see it on New Year's Eve, but but apparently they had technical difficulties, so I couldn't go see it. And I still was trying to see it, but it left too early. So
well, when it comes out on Max, if Zaslav doesn't erase it from existence before then, watch it.
I think I'll probably just bite the bullet and rent it, to be honest. Give it the money I never got. So
it's actually worth it to rent it. It's that good of a movie.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chloe, take some notes from your sister Hallie. That's basically all I can give this. And this movie is so. And also, you also want to know something else about this movie?
What?
It's fucking annoying.
It really. Oh my god!
It's annoying. If there is honestly one word I can use to describe Praise This, annoying.
I hate this term because it's been co-opted by idiots on the internet, but I'm just gonna say this movie is cringe.
Cringe as fuck.
Giga cringe. Oh my god.
Yeah, and also this movie can praise this. Praise my middle finger.
It can praise this. No, I'm just kidding. I don't.
Yeah, praise my middle finger for that. Just fuck this fucking movie.
Praise my cock.
Yeah, let's. Okay, I know I went on a little bit too long with that, but it's just.
No, it's fine.
This movie is just. Makes me so angry.
You can continue when it comes up on my list in just a little bit.
Yeah, but I should have kept it more brief than I did.
Okay, so number 28. Hey, Luke. Actors who need to fire their agent watch. Zachary Levi. This is strike 2, buddy. Shazam! Fury of the Gods. Fuck this movie.
I liked it. I'm sorry.
I'm not kidding you when I said that when we got to taste the rainbow, mother. I was like, I literally had to be grabbed by the wrist by Ben to stay in my seat and not barge out screaming "fuck" while I walked. I was so angry at that point. It was building to it, and that was the moment where I was like, you know what, I'm fucking done. I don't care. Fuck the site. Fuck my love for the first movie. This movie is so bad it retroactively made me. I tried watching the first one. The first one is still good. I got a half hour in and I turned it off because I just couldn't stop thinking about the second one. I'll try it again after it's fully evaporated from my brain. But it's terrible special effects. The writing is bad. Gal Gadot looks like she shot her whole cameo in like a 7-Eleven bathroom and they just green screened her into it. She's not clearly is not making eye contact or having any interaction with anybody on set that's in the space of the scene with her. Oh, did I spoil that Gal Gadot is in it? So did Instagram before the movie came out. Fuck off. It just was bad. And Zachary Levi, I love Zachary Levi. Even when people were hard on him, even when in Alvin and the Chipmunks 2, even in stuff like that, I said, no, but he's lovable. He's Chuck Bartowski. This is the first time I've seen a movie with Zachary Levi. I'm like, you know what? You're kind of annoying. I don't think you're funny in this. Not you as a person. I'm saying I like Zachary Levi as a guy. I'm saying the way that you're written here is annoying. And so whoever's directing you is not letting you be charming. They're just telling you, go bigger. And there's almost nothing of the first movie's big but with superheroes idea. It's literally just generic superhero movie. That's it. That's all it is. And it's irritating. Number 28, Shazam! Fury of the Gods. Fuck that movie.
I don't agree, but
I know you liked it. I know.
I liked it a lot. So
we are in the area of the controversial opinions. I just want to warn you, the next few are also in that category.
I already know. Like, I'm not gonna spoil them.
Yeah.
But I already know the next few.
Yep.
And I like all three of them.
I know you do.
So, but let's just move on.
Number 27, what's yours?
27, way to take it a charming original and ruin it. Vacation Friends 2.
Oh, I was going to say Chicken Run Dawn of the Nugget.
Fuck you!
No, but I agree. Vacation Friends 2 sucked. Not as bad as Chicken Run Dawn of the Nugget, but please stand by.
Double fucks on that one there, dude. But Vacation Friends 2.
Yeah.
This is also one of the biggest reasons, unless you're 22 Jump Street, why comedy sequels do not work.
Well, okay, there are some exceptions. Like Anchorman 2 was pretty good.
That one was fine.
It wasn't
Super Troopers 2 I actually really enjoyed.
Super Troopers 2 was awesome. Super Troopers 2, they at least remembered what made the first one funny in the second one.
But Vacation Friends 2 is basically what is wrong with comedy sequels.
Yeah.
You go bigger, you add a lot more fuck words, and they don't even mean anything.
Well, and like I think the thing they forgot about was that the first Vacation Friends wasn't funny just because it was chaotic. It was funny because it was chaotic and there were jokes. The problem with Vacation Friends 2
and it also had some heart to it.
And it had some heart to it. Vacation Friends 2, its biggest issue is it thought that the first one was everybody flop sweat, fall over, make it like go bigger, go louder, chaos, and that just wasn't funny. It wasn't.
And then you try to add in.
Noah, I agree. Ted 2 also was not bad. I like
that
Ted.
one wasn't bad either. But
it wasn't as good as the first one.
But then you add in Steve Buscemi, who's actually not even that good in this movie.
Well, but he again.
How do you fuck that up?
But here's the thing: I'll give Steve Buscemi. He's trying. It's kind of impossible for him not to at least be kind of good.
Like him, Lil Rel, and John Cena, they were trying. Like
I think the whole cast was trying. I just think that in the end of the day, the material wasn't on their side like it was in the first movie.
But for the most part, in the movie, they're just annoying. Like,
well, they're annoying, but I don't think it's annoying because the characters are annoying. I think it's annoying because they were the material and the way it was directed. They were told to go bigger and louder and not funnier. The problem with the second one is The first one was big and boisterous and chaotic, but it was funny because it was written to be funny. Like, there's actual jokes and humor in it. And the problem with this one is they copied the formula. It was like Hangover 2, where they took the same movie, but they made it bigger and louder and more grosser, and therefore not as funny. It just was more.
Yeah, and also this is the worst film that Ronnie Chang has been in for 2023. I think we can agree on that.
Well, yeah, because his other 2020, he was in Joyride and Inspector Sun, which was fucking underrated.
And Megan.
Oh, that's right.
And yeah, he was also in Megan. So out of
Talk
those
about
four,
a pleasant surprise.
So yeah, 3 out of the 4. Ronnie Chang, I think you're a funny dude.
Yeah.
But this wasn't in Home Spice.
Was he in this?
He was in Vacation Friends too. He is in this movie.
Wow, that was a total. He must have had just a nothing role because I completely forgot he was in it.
He did not have much of a role, but yeah, Vacation Friends 2. After this, don't make it a trilogy.
Or if you're gonna make it a trilogy, find the spark you found in the first one. Don't do it
and actually find your footing.
Yeah, because I have enough goodwill toward the characters that I could probably sit through another one, but it has to be better than the second one. You have to
don't
try.
just make it 3 times the fucking chaos.
Like, it's not impossible to do a crappy second movie and a decent third movie. Look at My Big Fat Greek Wedding. The second one was second one was lame, but the third one was all right. I actually kind of liked it.
I like the third one.
Yeah, me too. And again, it wasn't as good as the first one. The first one's a classic, but it was for a comedy sequel. It was better than average. I kind of liked it.
So yeah, maybe this one might follow My Big Fat Greek Wedding treatment, but this movie,
or even Hangover 3, because Hangover 3 also wasn't bad compared to the second one.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
But Vacation Friends 2, just if you guys are looking for better stuff to watch on Hulu, just watch the first Vacation Friends.
If you're also if you want to watch the only scene that's worthwhile in Vacation Friends 2, go on YouTube and look up the cocaine scene. Literally, that 5 minutes is the only funny part.
But it's also given in the trailers, so that kind of sucks.
No, but I'm saying it's funnier even in the movie though than it is in the trailer. Like the scene goes on a while. Like the whole scene is funny. Everything else in the movie is bad.
That's like the only audible laugh I got out of this entire movie. Otherwise, nothing else.
And a lot of it came from Lil Rel's funny exasperation with the Buscemi character, which kind of added to. Yeah.
But let's just move on. Fuck this movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's 27.
They also seemed like they had less fun making it than they did the first one too. Like the spirit wasn't there. No, that's a good point, Noah. Agreed. Self-reliance. I agree.
Self-reliance was pretty good.
Self-reliance was awesome. Anyway. So 27?
Yeah.
Don't hate me. Okay, 27, I want to remind all of you, I liked Wish, so I'm in that movie's camp. I want to say this. Now, first off, dear people, including you, Benjamin, me giving this a negative review is not giving a negative review to the filmmaker and his story. All right? Elemental.
I didn't even say that. I never said that about you, dude.
27, Elemental. Sorry, Justin Williams. I know this is on your best list. I hated this movie. It irritated the ever-loving fuck out of me. I can't really explain why. I could just feel the AI generation of this whole movie. And Pixar, maybe it's me, maybe it's the fact that I hold Pixar to a higher standard, and therefore when they make a movie that's simply good enough, I kind of think of it as bad. Maybe that's a flaw I have. But the thing is that there are some Pixar movies that I will watch later on that I maybe didn't love as much as people did the first time. Like WALL-E was not my favorite when I saw it the first time, and then the second time I liked it a little more, and the third time I loved it, and I just totally get it now. I don't think that's going to happen with Elemental. I just have a strange feeling that, because I think when I read about from the people who are on my side who really didn't like it, a lot of the criticisms are my criticisms. That the humor of the love story was built on irritating character traits it didn't feel like Pixar really. It just felt very ham-handed. I actually don't hate the immigrant family side of the story. I think that kind of works. But the problem is the love story takes precedent over it, and it is the most non-love story I've ever seen. Like, it's such a nothing movie. I love the guy who they got to play the water dude. What's that guy's name? He has a name that's really hard to pronounce.
You're talking about Wade, though, right?
Yeah, I like that actor, but his character, I don't blame him, but his character was basically the only direction was, hey, it's funny when you make crying sounds. Have that be your whole character's jokes that you cry a lot and loudly and irritatingly like a child. And that's the joke. Leah Lewis, who is a phenomenal actor, really, really good on the really underrated Nancy Drew CW series, really good in the half of it. Also had to kind of slum it in another crappy animated film this year, The Tiger's Apprentice. She's also wasted here. I just felt like her character was really, but moonstruck with fire people. Just do that movie, and they didn't really want to do that movie. They want to do this crappy love story. So I'll say this: the Up cartoon was great, but the movie wasn't. So yeah, sorry guys, sorry. I also have seen every movie from Pixar except Onward. That's the only one I haven't seen yet. I know.
Okay, well, yeah, let's just move on then.
Of the ones I've seen, I think Elemental and Cars 2 are kind of neck and neck as my least favorite. Sorry.
Cars 2 is easily my least favorite.
Well, The Good Dinosaur. Here's the thing. Let's put it this way. I think this guy shouldn't direct his own scripts. I think that if he writes, he's written some good Pixar movies, but when he directs, like The Good Dinosaur, for instance, yeah. I just don't think he has it. He's not Pete Docter. I don't think he has, or John.
He's not Lee Unkrich.
Right. He doesn't have the. He's not there yet. I think he could get there eventually, but I think that you have to. Or Andrew Stanton or Brad. He's not on that level. He doesn't have. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I think it also doesn't help that recently I rewatched Soul again, and Soul is so fucking great that it just puts into perspective how this kind of style of storytelling can be done so much better than Elemental. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I get it.
Anyway.
All right, so.
Oh, sorry. All right, next.
26?
Yeah. What's your 26?
All right, so now this one does count now because I know you said this one doesn't count since I didn't finish it.
I
finished it.
I got to stretch for a second, homie. Excuse me. I'll be right here. I just need to stand up for a second.
Okay. But yeah, I did finish this one. Number 26 is The Outlaws.
Yeah, if you're on my channel, they only qualify for the list if you finish them.
I did finish it.
Okay.
I finished it specifically for this list, and it did not get any better. This movie is so it has a good cast, and they try.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Literally, that is it. Because this movie is so poorly made, and it is so painfully unfunny. It's obnoxious, and they don't even try with the humor. It's just curse words. And I'm just like,
well, okay.
I could write this myself.
Well, there were some good jokes in there. I like the bit where Nina Dobrev says that she says something like, you look like Post Malone's pimp or something. That was funny. And there are bits like
that got a chuckle. Like that was a chuckle.
Yeah, like something and the James Bond joke about how you're like James Bond. Which James Bond? The fourth one. Oh, that's a good one. And it's Pierce Brosnan. Like, oh, it's cute. Yeah,
that was actually pretty funny. Like,
yeah, that was funny.
That's like the only. That's the only time I laughed.
Well, and here's the thing. Ooh, oh.
Okay.
Man, sitting on my ass for 2 hours straight. Ooh. Wake up, Mr. Legs. Now, here's the thing. I didn't hate The Outlaws. I was surprised because I went in like, oh, okay, whatever, this movie. And I found myself kind of enjoying it. And I thought that a lot of it was down to the cast. I think they did make an effort, even though sometimes it was the chaos thing. I think every once in a while, enough jokes would really land that I would be like, okay, I'm kind of with this. I think,
But the chaos and the way they deliver the jokes were just so obnoxious to me, to where I just could not enjoy myself.
well, let me put it.
It was just irritating.
This is produced by Happy Madison, who even last year was still kind of a punchline, but starting last year and especially this year, I've noticed that I'm actually kind of looking forward to movies that Adam Sandler has his name on lately because they tend to be good lately, especially this year. I didn't hate Murder Mystery 2 as much as you did. I thought Outlaws was all right. And I adored You Are So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah, and I also kind of loved Leo, surprisingly. I thought the songs were kind of irritating, but I thought the movie was cute.
That was my biggest issue were the songs. The songs were terrible. Like,
well, okay, some of the songs I liked the message of the songs more than the singing and the lyrics. Like
that's what I mean. Like,
well, and I'm not gonna lie, at the very end, I got kind of choked up when he's saying goodbye to the kids. I was like, "Aw."
yeah.
And also, Bill Burr also is genuinely funny as the other. Because again, it's. Oh, by the way, speaking of, did I tell you about the comments I got from someone who's like, "I don't think you understood this movie. Like, I don't think you understood why it was funny." I'm like, dude, I actually was one of the few people who liked this movie on my review of Old Dads. Like, I thought it was funny. I don't what
yeah,
criticism are you taking? I love Bill.
That's besides the point, though.
Yeah, I actually like those dads. But anyway.
But yeah, The Outlaws, it's not funny. It's obnoxious.
I disagree. Okay.
But yeah, fuck this fucking movie. Ugh!
It's much. Settle down, Beavis. It's a much better. We're never gonna score. It's a much. I'll say this: it's a much better Ellen Barkin movie than Breaking News in Yuba County. That's for sure.
I haven't seen that, so
you're not missing anything. Anyway, so that's your 26.
29, 28, 27. Yeah, this is 26.
Hey, Luke. I have a pop quiz question for you. What's a worse comedy sequel than Vacation Friends 2?
I don't think you can get worse than Vacation Friends.
Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget Boy. Oh, by the way, Levi, that's 3. Fire your agent, bro. Why did they make this? And why did they wait almost 25 years to make a sequel to Chicken Run to just make a remake of the first one that is everything wrong with children's movies that the first Chicken Run didn't do? Like, the first Chicken Run, I don't know if you've watched it lately, it's a still really good movie. It's really funny and really sharp and has stuff for adults and kids alike. Chicken Run 2 is just annoying. There's nothing to it. The characters we came to love in the first one are barely a factor at all. It's mostly about the daughter, who is really an irritating, which bums me out because she's voiced by Bella Ramsey, who's really a good actor. And here, I don't know if it was her fault. I think it was just that sort of sometimes bratty kind of energy that she can do really well in things like Catherine Called Birdie and The Last of Us is just done really badly here. She's playing a character who doesn't, because those movies her character had depth. In this movie, she doesn't have depth. She's just the whole movie. I thought some of the ideas were cool. The animation, of course, was nice looking because it's Aardman. They never fail to make a movie look good. The weird sort of psychedelic chicken farm. You know what's interesting? This movie and the movie we're about to talk about are both terrible movies, animated movies involving birds that go to a weird sort of hippie brainwashing commune where imminent death is possible. How is that? That's very strange. And they both came out the same at Christmas time. That's very weird. But all that aside, no, but it is kind of, you have to admit, that is kind of strange, isn't it?
It's strange, but that's not taking away any factors for me.
Now, but anyway, and I will admit there was one joke that made me laugh pretty hard, and it was are you tired of, bland, unhappy chicken? And it was like one of those things that goes, no, like, mommy, this chicken is bland and unhappy or something. He goes, oh, I hate you, mommy. That was funny. That was the one joke where I'm like, okay, the writer of the original, with their original sense of humor, wrote that line, and then everything else. But yeah, hated it. I just, really early on, I was, again, similar to Shazam, I was trying. I loved the first one, and I was really trying to get on board, and it pissed me off. Number 26, Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget.
Whatever, we've already had our fair share of arguments with it anyway.
Yeah, we have. We had a whole 2 hour.
We don't need to go. Grant, we honestly really do not need to go any farther with our arguments on this movie.
Luke, this is my list.
I know.
This is my list.
I'm just saying from now on, even when we're talking about other movies, we don't need to go any farther than that. Just saying, just from now on.
I'm not saying you're not allowed to like the movie, Ponto.
You
can like it if you want to. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying, I'm explaining why I don't.
But you've still given me shit for it, though.
Well, a little bit, but not seriously. You can like it if you want. Anyway, go ahead.
All right, number 25. I don't really need to talk much about this one because we've already pointed it out. The Retirement Plan. Jackie Earle Haley and Nicolas Cage are the only good things about this movie. The rest of it is dull, dumb, and just not fun.
I wonder how good
another movie that we're going to be talking about after this one for me can also qualify for an actor to fire their fucking agent, which I'll get to in just a minute. But yeah, The Retirement Plan could have been a lot better, but it just blah.
If you want to watch a Nicolas Cage 2023 movie, watch Dream Scenario instead. It's actually good.
Better yet, go watch Renfield.
That too. I agree.
But I will agree, Dream Scenario is better. But I would rather. But in terms of rewatchability for me, I would say Renfield.
Dream Scenario was. I'm still kicking myself for not having that be a 3-way tie at the bottom because I really love that movie. But
yeah, let's just.
Yeah,
fuck this movie.
25. Well, the movie's only 83 minutes, but it felt like 83 years. Migration. I'm sorry. Yeah, the duck movie. I didn't like it. It was fingernails on a blackboard. I'm so tired of, this, and I feel Suncoast also falls in this category of, I hate movies where sensible characters are made to feel like assholes for being sensible and then become assholes because their sensibleness is used for nefarious purposes. And Migration was this, and I'll say this, I never blame child actor performances, and I'm not going to, but the child actors, particularly the one who plays the daughter in this, it's like somebody stuck knitting needles in your eardrums. It's so irritating. It's the kind of humor, and it's just like. And if you are on YouTube, you can't escape from it because now the Dawn cleaning thing about ducks thing has her narrating it. So you can't even escape because they're marketing it so crazily because it's an Illumination movie. This is the worst thing Illumination has done since The Grinch and his sweet and salty nuts. That is all I can think of is Carson was sweet and salty, just like my nuts, or I'm gonna drown you to death in my green cup. Anyway, I'll say this: Mooned was good. The short they had in front of it, and there is that one. Awkwafina's trying, but again, the voice cast is not really to blame here because you got Awkwafina, Keegan-Michael Key, Kumail Nanjiani, Elizabeth Banks. Like, they're all good, talented people who, I'll say this, the best part of this movie was Danny DeVito. Like, he actually was okay. The one joke, and it's in the trailer that was kind of amusing, was the like, when they're in the race, like, we're not going to make it, are we? Uncle Dan! that was kind of funny because Danny DeVito is just playing a G-rated version of Frank Reynolds from It's Always Sunny, and it's great. I'm the trash man. He's doing that character.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 25 Migration. But I will say this, it's still in theaters somehow. So if you're able, if you don't want to see it, here's my opinion. If your friend works at a movie theater, buy a ticket to a good movie, like buy a ticket to Lisa Frankenstein, and then if you have time, the trailers are going, sit in and watch the trailers for Migration for the sole purpose of watch Mooned and then leave. And then then go see Lisa Frankenstein and you'll have a good night. It's the same way I would feel about when I said the best way to watch Elemental is watch Carl's First Date and then leave the theater and go buy a ticket to see Across the Spider-Verse. And you'll have a good family movie night.
Let's just move on. So.
Aw, Luke, it's okay. Don't be sad.
I'm not sad.
We're gonna disagree, man. You don't need to
I know.
be petty about it.
I'm not. Did I ever say I was being petty about this kind of shit?
No, but you're like, every time I say a movie you like, you're just like, let's move on. It's like,
I know, but here's the thing, though. It's you gotta understand that I have mental health problems, dude. Like, I don't know if I told you that, but I have mental health problems. So like, my brain tells me that I get afraid of certain things, you know?
what do you mean?
Like sometimes I'm just gonna I get afraid that people are just gonna give me just continuous shit for me liking a movie they hated.
When I tease you, it's not out of mean-spiritedness. It's out of friendship and love. Like, at the end of the day, I'm only doing it to be silly. Like, I'm not meaning anything by it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, don't take it too personally.
just say it that way, and then we can move on.
Well, yeah, and again, like I said before, like I don't have the power to take your opinion away from you. All I ask is that you don't do likewise. That's all.
And I'm not trying to make you like Migration. I'm not trying to make you enjoy it, because the thing for me, I kind of had a rough day at work, so because I almost debated whether I should just go home or not. And I was like, fuck it, I'll just go.
Well, you should have. If someone was getting on your case, and you should have just said like, hey, can I go home because I'm having a mental health day? It's okay, you could do that.
But I wanted to go see the movie anyway, and then it just hit me on the right note. So
what did you see?
Migration. Remember? It was before you saw it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about today. You had a mental health. Oh.
No. It was the day that we both saw Migration.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing. I also just don't really like Illumination that much. I like the Despicable Me movies. I like the Sing movies fine. But I've never been the biggest fan of their style of humor or their style. And I know that it's become sort of accepted that people just like their movie. I don't really like them. I never really have. Except Despicable Me. I like those, but yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Minions 2 was lame. It had its moments, but it was lame. But yeah.
But there's one you're forgetting also from Illumination.
I will say this: if what you're getting at is what's worse than this, there is a worse Illumination movie than this, and that's The Grinch. It's so much worse than this.
No, I wasn't meaning that one.
Grinch is just fucking offensive, whereas this is like harmless but just irritating.
I wasn't meaning The Grinch. I was meaning a different movie that Illumination also did. AKA, in my opinion, their crowning achievement. Super Mario Brothers.
Does that even count, though? Really?
They still did it. It counts.
But didn't Nintendo make a lot of the creative decisions on that one, though?
Well, Illumination helped, obviously, with the animation.
Well, yeah.
So it still counts. Like,
Well, I suppose so. Anyway,
I still think it's their best movie, like without
Well,
question.
I mean, if we're including it, yeah, probably. I know the first Despicable Me, I think, is better objectively, but I like the Mario movie. Anyway,
All right, let's just move on.
but I didn't like Secret Life of Pets. I didn't like the first one or the second one. It had parts that were funny, but overall,
I thought they were fine. Like,
well, can you at least give me this? The second one was considerably less good than the first one.
I can agree to a certain. I'll just fully admit I like Illumination. But they definitely have their misses. Like,
Well, and to be fair to you, and I don't mean this in a mean way, I mean this in a genuine way, you're also younger than I am. So there's a certain level of also nostalgia factor to the initial Illumination movies that I don't have.
the only one that I like absolutely despise is the first Minions.
Now, see,
That movie. I'll be on like that movie. I find incredibly irritating.
I didn't hate the first Minions because it made me laugh. I didn't really like the second one very much because I thought that it kind of ran its course. But the first one I thought was kind of funny. Especially the musical number joke was really funny. But
I didn't think it was funny.
yeah. But anyway,
I liked it when I was
on.
younger though, but I've grown out of that phase.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay, yeah. Sorry about that little tangent, but
That's okay. But we're getting awfully deep for a movie about ducks. This is kind of getting heavy for a movie like Migration. Yeah. Anyway, 24.
there's worse we'll talk about. But
Or wait, did you do your 20? Yeah, you did. 'Cause we're going
yeah,
on.
it was the retirement plan.
Yeah. Okay.
24. This was what I was talking about with a certain actor to fire your fucking agent, Ron Perlman, the baker.
I have only two possible explanations for how these movies happen. We'll talk about it more when it gets to mine also. In the Caymans, either the cocaine is really good in the Caymans, or all these dudes were on Epstein's Island, and the filmmakers have photographs. That's the only way I can explain how all these actors are in these two movies that are actually talented.
And again, this is the last 1-star movie in my book. This is the last one I gave a 1-star. The only reason why, like, I'm going to be real. The only reason why is because of the three actors that are in it. Ron Perlman, Elias Koteas, and Harvey Keitel. They're trying.
But they're sleepwalking, though. Like, they're trying, yes, but it's not... Does it really mean anything? Like, does it really... They could do these kind of movies in their sleep, you know what I mean? It's not giving them anything to work with.
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
That's like the only nice thing I can say about the movie is that they try.
Like when you review Mordecai, like Johnny Depp is trying, but it's still not a good.
And Ewan McGregor's also trying in that movie.
I do have to admit though, Mordecai does have a couple of moments that make me laugh. The first one was like, why should I do this for you? Like, do it for Queen and country. You're like, no. I was like, okay. He goes, Queen and country, travel expenses.
The one that got me was, do you need help with your bags? Oh no, I don't need help with my bags. Oh no, I don't need help with my bags. I got a fucking manservant.
That was exactly Paul Bettany, where he's like, you need some help with your bags, sir? He goes, no, I don't need help with my bags. I have a fucking manservant. That and the joke where he's doing the honk honk thing, and he goes, what? This could be a common greeting in America. You don't know. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. But yeah, my number 24 is the baker.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
All right.
Do we need to say more of the baker?
I mean, even when you get to it, like, it's just the baker.
It's gonna be shortly. 24.
All right. Go for it.
Hey Luke.
What?
We talk a lot about AI generation and copying movies algorithmically. What happens when you not only algorithmically copy a movie, but also Xerox it at the same time? You get my number 24, which is Praise This. God damn it. God period damn it. Period.
God period fucking period damn it.
You know what I thought of? You ever watch the George Lopez show?
I've seen episodes of it.
Okay, there was an episode where they were doing like a funky fresh remix of a Bible song. It was like freaking Angie's prayer group, and it's really cringy. There's a part where George walks into the kitchen and just looks up to the sky to God, and he goes, "You know you have the power to stop this, right?" That's what I was thinking the entire time I was watching.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's the same shit. Hey, Luke, there's something I want to tell you. I know you had a lot of crooks try to steal your heart. Never really had luck. Never really figured out how to love Jesus.
Even thinking about this movie makes me angrier.
It's so bad. Oh my god.
It makes me even angrier, even thinking about it.
Let's go through the checklist of stuff from the movie it steals from. We got color commentators who get the few kind of amusing lines in the whole movie. Just like Elizabeth Banks and John Michael Higgins in Pitch Perfect, check. You have the outsider.
Like, I'll draw the checks for you.
You have the outsider girl who doesn't want to get involved in the Glee Club, but is after a mess up on her part, is convinced by her father to join, and at first isn't into it, but eventually it changes up their whole sound and turns everybody around. Check. You have the chubby comic relief cute friend who gets all the best lines. Check. You have the montage of them practicing the steps on a whiteboard. Check. You have the uptight, stick up the ass, prim and proper type AAA personality chick, kind of like Anna Camp's character, who doesn't get along with the other character and eventually betrays them before coming back around at the end. Check. With a trauma in her past at a previous competition. Check. You have mashups of multiple songs at the same time against a common theme, especially in the climactic sing-off. Check. You have a scene where two rival groups of choirs compete in the backyard by throwing song lyrics at each other, kind of like the riff-off in Pitch Perfect. Check. The main team loses that initial championship and gets to show up their rivals later. Check. It's the same goddamn movie.
Exactly.
It wasn't made by Universal.
Checked out all these damn boxes.
It came out on Peacock. You know what else is on Peacock? Fucking Pitch Perfect. Just watch that. It's good. Why do this? It's so bad.
Yeah. Whatever.
And it's almost like, you know how they sometimes will have a glitch in the algorithm? It's like they said, hey, look, here's the script for Pitch Perfect. It's really, it has a familiar premise, but it's funny and charming with good acting and good music and good song mashups in it. And then they put it through the AI thing, and somewhere along the way, funny became shitty and unfunny, and they just kind of kept it going.
And then became sanctimonious.
And it just out this movie. Just shat it out like diarrhea. Just enjoy. Like,
I want to just say, if there's a movie that if there's one word I can use to praise this, sanctimonious.
There's another word I can describe is, I know I always say if you're gonna steal, all movies steal, but if you're gonna steal from the best. Unless you're really bad at stealing things from the best, then you should just give up and go away.
But yeah, fuck this movie.
Yeah, really, truly. Also, if you want to see a better version of this same concept that came out around the same time, that did it better and with more charm, it's not a critical darling, but I think it's underrated. Joyful Noise is really kind of underrated with Keke Palmer and Queen Latifah. It's actually not bad. It's the church choir Pitch Perfect, but it's actually good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
23 now?
Yep.
This was the first Tubi original film that I watched, and boy, was it off to a rocky start. I haven't watched anything else after Twisted Neighbor.
Not counting the one that should have been on Tubi and not in theaters, I'm guessing.
Exactly. I've seen 3 Tubi, actually 4 of them, because Because I've also seen a little movie called Bury the Bride, which was actually kind of good. And also from 2022, Bed Rest, starring Melissa Barrera, that actually felt like a fucking movie.
I think it's because it was gonna be Tubi picked it up because its distributor dropped it. I think it was gonna be a theatrical level movie.
And it was actually good.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I've heard good things about it.
But my number 23 is Trap House. This movie,
It's all you, man. I didn't see it.
despite a good opening scene, the rest of it is ass. It's poorly acted. It's poorly shot. It's badly written. The acting is fucking atrocious. Oh man, this movie.
I believe you. It's a Tubi movie. Although, to be fair, is it weird that Tubi's always at its best when it's animated? Or am I wrong? Like, I know you didn't like Millennial Hunter, and that's null and void because
I liked Apocalypse though. I like that
me
one.
too, and I liked Big Bra too.
Which I haven't seen.
Like, maybe they just need to stick to animated movies with Fox, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think
that's
I would do that. But yeah, number 23, Trap House, fuckity fuck fuck. Fucky fuck fuck.
Fuckity fuck, fuckity fuck, 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 fuck.
Again, I'm gonna save more of that for later. But you go to your 23 there, my good sir.
Oh man, that was quick.
What? Because there's nothing to point out about this fucking movie.
It sounds like when you describe it, it sounds like, and again, I know these movies are not critical darlings, but I liked both of them. It sounds like a ripoff of the Escape Room movies.
Well, and I like both of those movies.
Me too. I thought they were pretty solid.
Especially the first one.
I think the first one's kind of underrated.
Very underrated in my.
It's kind of clever and well put together. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be a really dumb concept, but they actually executed it really well.
But it's fun, and it has a certain level of self-awareness to it that's fun, and
Bingo.
It's a movie that has a cool premise, and it knows it and has fun with it.
Yeah.
Which is refreshing. It's sort of like Argyle in that way, where it's like there are flaws in it, but it's a movie with a fun premise that knows it is, and clearly is taking joy in playing with it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to hate that.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyway,
but you go to 23.
Apologies to David Helling. I love you. You're a wonderful man. You're a good. We've actually become very good friends. I still didn't like your movie, Dog. His Only Son.
Yeah,
but notice it's low on the list, though. It's low on the list out of professional respect. But
hold on one sec. You can keep going. I'm just gonna move your spot.
I have not seen any of his second film yet. I know I am pretty much guaranteed an invite to the premiere when it opens. I think it's Jacob. Maybe it'll be good. Angel Studios has made some good movies since then. Even if one of their good movies was made by a not very good guy or was about and made by not very good people, it wasn't their fault. They acquired it. You know which one I'm talking about. But yeah, this ain't it, Dog. I think that it's a worthy story to tell, and it's not offensive. It's not one of those Christian movies that is like neo-Nazi propaganda. Like it's pretty harmless. It's just dull. It doesn't have. The Chosen is good. The TV show The Chosen that they have. It's kind of what this is going for, but the thing is, The Chosen has better acting. It has humor. It has more life to it. This just feels dreary and drab and a bunch of white dudes wearing bronzer to look like they're supposed to be from fucking Bethlehem. But even when it comes to white people pretending to be Israeli, it didn't even do it as well as Journey to Bethlehem did, which even that wasn't a spectacular movie, but at least it was fun. This wasn't really fun. It was just kind of dumb and not fun. Like, Journey to Bethlehem was dumb, but it was fun. This isn't fun.
I like that movie.
Me too. But it was, and the flaws in it are, it's one of those cases where the bugs are also features.
Yeah,
and the good stuff is actually good. Like, I liked the girl that got to play Mary. I liked Milo Manheim. I liked, even though they were way too fucking white to play these characters, it still was fine.
Yeah.
And I thought that the weird blooper reel in the middle with fucking Gabriel was kind of weird and clunky, but it was funny.
Yeah. But yeah.
Even the songs, some of the songs kind of got stuck in my head. Like the "Mary, Mary, It's Good for You" song is kind of catchy as hell. I gotta be honest with you.
Yeah,
Kind
there
of
you
cute. I also liked all the slapstick involving Milo Manheim and the donkey that doesn't like him.
go.
That was
Yeah.
kind of cute. It had a sense of humor and a sense of irreverence to it that this doesn't. It's so safe and it's so, oh god, like Bible movie Sunday afternoon Christmas special. That it just feels. I love David Helling, but this ain't it, dog. Number 23, his only son. Which I'm in the ad campaign for.
Yeah, it's not good. There were things I liked about it, though. Like, I'll give it that. There's things I like about it, but other than that, it's not
The
a good movie.
cinematography is not terrible. I'll give it that.
That's actually one of the stronger parts of the movie for me was the cinematography. I think it's a pretty well shot movie.
And I thought that the guy that got to play Abraham was.
I thought the acting for the
right.
most part was okay. Like,
He was all right. I think he has the potential to be a decent actor. However, Isaac, that kid looked like he had like a deer in the fucking headlights. He didn't know. I don't even blame him. He looked like he didn't know what he was doing.
clearly not. No way, man.
Yeah.
But regardless.
Yeah.
22?
Yep. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Go ahead.
There you go.
We must.
Number 22, another movie that no one's heard of. This is another Netflix movie. And, wait, hold on. Okay, yeah. After this one, there are no more Netflix movies. This is... Oh, no. I jinxed it. There's one more after this one.
Is it obscure, though, like the other ones, or is it more widely known?
No, it's one that you've talked about already.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Not giving it away yet, but...
I won't, but I know what it is.
Number 22, one of the dumbest titles for the movie that's supposed to be dumb, but took itself too seriously. That's Killer Book Club.
What?
No, dude, I'm not joking you. That's the title of the movie, is Killer Book Club.
Are you making this up, Ponto? Be honest. That's
No. Look. Hold on.
Prove
I'm
it.
going to show you this right now.
That is fucking... That is... Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's a real fucking movie.
This is an actual movie.
You should be ashamed of yourself, fucking Netflix. How dare you? That's so dumb.
It had a dumb idea and was not executed very well. This
It's
almost
dumb,
makes
but
me
I kind
forget.
of am intrigued at the same time.
This movie makes me forgive It's a Wonderful Knife more for actually having a really silly idea. No, look.
That's a good movie, goddammit.
Look, I like It's a Wonderful Knife.
Me too.
I do, but it has its faults. Like, but with silly ideas though, that makes me like Killer Book Club. Makes me like It's a Wonderful Knife even more. Like,
Knife, you mean? I thought you said night there.
No, I said It's a Wonderful Knife.
Oh.
And also it's played too safe for a slasher flick. Like, there's barely any gore in this movie.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Terrifier 2 and Evil Dead Rise kind of ruined basic bitch slashers forever, didn't they? On Thanksgiving. Kind of ruined. They were so...
Yeah, and also, have you heard about the movie Founders Day?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it because it never played anywhere near me, and it wasn't anywhere where I was on vacation, because I was on vacation when it was out.
Well, yeah, I know you're not going to like that one.
I've heard mixed reviews, although then again, it has Devin Druid in it. I like him. He was really good on 13 Reasons Why.
But I also heard, like, for the kills, for most of the gore, you don't see it. And it's supposed to be an R-rated slasher.
Do they find a clever way around not showing the gore like Happy Death Day, or is it just they?
Well, I haven't seen the movie, but from what I've heard, it's not clever at all. Like,
that's fucking stupid.
Oh yeah, and also speaking on worst of the year so far, from what I've heard, which makes me sad because it actually looked kind of good, which is Miller's Girl.
You know what?
I heard it was terrible.
Well, let me put it to you this way: I haven't seen it. It was playing when I was on vacation. and it was basically came down to with time-related stuff. I'm sure they would have gone if we had 2 hours to kill, but it was between... It got to a point where it was like, I can either see Miller's Girl or The Zone of Interest. And I kind of looked at it and I was like, for about a fifth of a second, I'm like, Zone of Interest. Like, even if it ends up being not bad. Like,
Yeah,
like,
I think you did yourself a good service by watching Zone of Interest.
And I don't
but regardless, Killer Book Club is just a really dumb idea that was just executed poorly.
You know what my response to this is?
What?
Oh. Just...
Hell, since Nick Nolte was one of the actors originally attached to this movie, maybe Ang Lee would have been better off reuniting with him for this movie. Oh my god, what the hell happened to me? I don't know, goddamn it.
Fuck.
If you're not
But yeah,
subscribed to Awfully Good Movies, subscribe to Awfully Good Movies. They're awesome.
But yeah, I don't know what the hell happened with Killer Book Club. Look, I like when I saw the title, I was like, that actually looks kind of fun. I watched it and I was like, oh, this is the opposite of fun. It's boring as shit.
I also just didn't have the heart to be disappointed by another Jenna Ortega movie after... Well, we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah. I think you
also, from what I've heard with Miller's Girl, I'm going to... And if I watch it and hate it, I'm going to be like, Jenna Ortega, you better fire your fucking agent.
It just... from watching the trailer and hearing what it's about, it just sounds like a really terrible but surprisingly well-cast remake of fucking Lolita. That's all it looks like. It looks like
it's supposedly... Like, I'm not going to say what happens. Just go... I want to shout out my buddy Jacob Hubbard, by the way, because he's a great guy. Go check out his review for Miller's Girl and see why.
Yeah.
Wait, Grant, have you watched his review on that yet or no?
Well, no, because I'm in case I want to see it down the line, I don't want to be spoiled.
Okay.
Because when he roasts movies, he roasts movies like we do. So.
But yeah, let's just move on from that because we really need to keep going.
Well, luckily, 22 we can blow through Pet Sematary Bloodlines. Just fuck.
Whatever.
Fuck.
You go to 21 now?
Well, real quick, all I have to say to that is to quote fucking Red Letter Media. So Pet Sematary Bloodlines is fuck. Fuck.
Yeah.
Shit. And then someone dies.
Yeah, that's what happened.
The end. Pretentious line. My response to this franchise is, dear Pet Sematary franchise, take your own advice. Sometimes dead is better. Yep. Dear God, please stop. Yeah, 22.
Yeah,
the best thing about it is only 80 minutes long.
Yeah. Yeah. 21. 21.
21. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Luke, while we're talking about dead memes, I got one question for you.
What?
I got one question for you. What are those? Those are my Crocs. Damn,
but yeah. Anyway. Yep. 21. The other movie I was pointing out from Calmatic, House Party. Painfully unfunny.
It was lame. I gave it 3.5 stars. All 3 of those 3.5 stars go to Kid Cudi. He was the best thing about it, and his whole little subplot was awesome. I stand by that. The Illuminati shit.
I will tell you the only laugh I got out of this movie was unfortunately given in the trailer. It was the koala smoking weed.
The koala was funny. The part of the best line in the movie, and the one that made me go, "Damn it, Kid Cudi's great in this," was the line where he's dying, gets stabbed, and he's like dying, and he goes, "Oh my God, Cudi, no!" And he goes, "It's okay. Like you go without me." He goes, "We're not leaving you alone." He goes, "It's okay. I'm the fourth. Like I'll just get reincarnated." And they're like, "Really?" Like, "Yeah, I'm the fourth Cudi." It was just like, God damn it, that's funny. I was like, okay. And then his hair and nails change color when he regenerates. Like, okay, that's funny.
But this is also everything that's wrong with modern comedies, in my opinion. Like, this is... It
But
isn't funny. It's boring. And even when it gets to the house party, it's not even fun because it's like I've seen this shit more chaotic and actually done better.
Well,
Like,
and one of its leads is a complete and total dick cheese, just unlikable. Just
wait, let's see if you know this one. This quote: "Check out time, dick cheese."
no, really. I mean, he truly. No, the best. Well, what I'll say is that the reason I give Kid Cudi credit is that it was a refreshing bit of inspiration in a movie that had none. Otherwise, it was the one area where
this is just a lazy, uninspired remake of a classic '90s comedy.
But what I said is that section. The reason I say that is that it's a spark of madness in a movie that is so safe and dull and just not funny.
And
that's
for a rated R comedy too.
And the thing is that section, even though it is overly violent, and I agree with you on that one, for what it is, I still think it's still inspired. You know what it is? And I don't mean this is a better comedy altogether. It felt like the Anchorman fight scene in Anchorman. In the sense of this scene comes out of nowhere and it's just ridiculous and it's insane and it feels like Tim and Eric invaded the writer's room, or Eric Andre invaded the writer's room for like one scene and then they left and then it's back to the party again. Like when that scene, because it's also, all the stuff at the party is so tame. I'm sorry, when you live in a post-Project X world, you've got to step it the fuck up with house party movies.
I mean, even Office Christmas Party did this one much better. Like,
did it though? Because that also was kind of a failure of nerve. I liked the cast and the concept a lot better than the execution of that one.
I don't agree, but I actually really like that movie.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's not terrible. I just thought, like, man...
But I will agree with you on Project X, though. I will agree with you on that.
Well, Project X, even though it wasn't a critical during... I fucking love Project X. Yeah,
Project X was basically how you do crazy house parties.
Project X, yeah, all the characters are unlikable assholes, but the thing is, they don't matter. The thing that makes Project X fun is not the characters, it's just the mayhem they get into, and it's the fact that it just keeps escalating.
And it is one of the craziest movies I've ever seen. Like,
I remember I was in high school when that came out, and I got in the car, and of course, and my mom said, like, what did you see tonight? I said, Project X, and she was like, isn't that the movie where that guy almost got shot, that one kid almost got shot by a cop for recreating it, like, 2 weeks ago? I'm like, yeah. But she was like, you liked it? I'm like, it kicked ass, Mom. It was so fucking awesome. The only thing as an adult watching it again that horrifies me is I love Project X still, but the ending is the most unrealistic shit. Like, he's like, yeah, you got half the student body pregnant. You destroyed the entire fucking neighborhood and caused chaos and property damage and massive injury and near death in people. But you're grounded for life, but you had fun. No, I'm proud of you, son. No, fuck that. He should be in prison or fucking dead. that's
morally prison.
Right. It's like, come on, dog. No, the realistic ending of that was the dad comes home. What the fuck just happened? And then all of a sudden it's in the arms of the angel. Rest in peace, Thomas. The fucking idiot. 1992 to whatever. That would be the realistic ending.
Yeah.
Roll credits.
But yeah, house party. Mommy, we want Project X.
We have Project X at home.
Project X at home blank is basically this remake of House Party.
Or Can't Hardly Wait. Just rent Can't Hardly Wait. Or you know what? Fuck, just rent the original House Party. God damn it.
I wouldn't do that if I was you. Because your ass is mine.
Some really outdated homophobia aside, it's a pretty funny movie.
That's a great movie right there. Like, yeah, I love that original House Party.
Some of it hasn't aged well, but for the most part,
agreed. Yeah, movie. For sure. But I still love it.
The whole fact that the entire movie comedy is sort of built on he's afraid of getting sodomized by a bully is kind of fucked up, and that's like a major.
But that's actually kind of what. Honestly, that's actually what kind of made the film even funnier to me.
But it's insanely homophobic though.
Yes, it's homophobic, but it's insanely
funny.
Like
it's. Anyway. So that's your 22 or 21?
21.
21.
Fuck you.
Okay, 21.
Yeah, 20. Go for
21.
it. Sorry about that.
Dear Jamie Dornan, a.k.a. Daddy.
Oh,
Dear-
wait. Yep, I know what it is. I know what it is.
Dear Gal Gadot, a.k.a. Mommy. Dear Alia Bhatt, a.k.a. Auntie Alia. Dear Glenn Close, a.k.a. Grandma. What the fuck? Why have you done this? All of you you're so much better. Heart of Stone. Heart of kidney stones.
Heart of my ass.
This is not a movie, god damn it. This is content. This is
I was about to say that. It's content. That's all it is.
This is the epitome of that joke. Like I always say, it's one of my favorite lines from a great movie that became a meme, is that Ratatouille meme of like someone talking about this ambitious thing they're gonna make, this movie or this show or they're gonna write the great American thing, and it just cuts to Remy's dad going, "That's great. Now shut up and eat your garbage." That's
basically
movie.
what this movie is, yeah.
Oh my god. It's just so bad.
Fuck.
For the love of God, just watch Mission Impossible. Holy shit, just go watch Mission Impossible. Don't bother. And just all of you people are so talented. Why did you do this? Alia Bhatt,
I can't believe you've done this.
Your first big American movie after the crossover success of RRR, and it's fucking this. Why?
But yeah, we can move on. We've already talked about it.
Yeah, fuck this movie. 21. Heart of turd.
Heart of shit.
Heart of sphincter. Anyway.
Number 20.
Yes.
This is a movie that you've only gotten about 5 minutes into, and I do not blame you. I had to suffer through this entire piece of shit.
Yeah.
The 2023 version of Children of the Corn.
I did see this corn monster scene in another Worst Done video, though. That just, oh my god, that's horrendous.
And, that's supposed to be scary.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. No, fuck you. This movie makes the original Children of the Corn look like fucking Black Christmas. Like,
wait a minute, which Black Christmas?
The original.
I would have even agreed if you said the 2006 version, because it was also not bad.
I'm only meaning the original because that's like the great one, honestly. But
yeah.
Or actually better. This remake makes the original Children of the Corn look like Halloween.
I finally got around a few months ago to watch the 2019 Black Christmas, and I was just like, this is literally just a post-Me Too 2-hour version of the Halloween episode of Phil of the Future.
I'm actually one of those few people that doesn't hate the 2019 version.
I don't think it's like the worst thing ever. I think that some of the people who really hate it are coming at it from the perspective of, ooh, woman bad, a little bit. But it's not great. That's
kind of true.
But
regardless of that,
yeah.
But regardless of that, you have the main hero of this film, along with the main villain, in a car together, smoking cigarettes after she watches her father die in a fucking cornfield, and does nothing about it.
God damn it!
Nothing. And they marketed this film also to be a complete bloodbath, and it's the opposite.
Shudder usually makes good shit too, so that's another reason why I'm kind of frustrated.
But yeah, I don't want to talk about this movie because otherwise I'm going to get more pissed.
Yeah.
That's 20. Children of the Corn. Fuck you. We're moving on.
All right, I have a ditty for you for my number 20.
All right.
Luke, there's something I gotta say. Ba-bum! Ba-bum! Baby, 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 when you touch me like this, and when you love me like that, I hate you, you stupid movie here and now, except for Nick Jonas's cameo, Love Again. Fuck this movie. Just everything about this movie. This is talk about AI generated. This is vitamin D deficiency. Let me just that line. Go like I want you to go to the place. Go to the place where you first started to hear the music again. Fuck you, movie. You know what this movie does? This movie puts into perspective how good movies like Anyone But You actually are when they're in comparison to this shit. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Corny lines can be fine if you earn it, if the characters are funny or likable or you kind of like them together or you root for them. Love Again is creepy. There's nothing about this relationship that makes me want it to last past this movie. The basis of their relationship is creepy. And here's the thing. The thing is a giant ad for Celine Dion, who, to be fair, is actually kind of great in this movie, playing herself. Like, she's the only thing that's kind of funny and charming in this whole movie. But she's barely in it, and when she is in it, she's there to be, oh yeah, I'm Celine Dion, I'm on tour, but I can take a break for 5 minutes so I can help this nobody find the girl he likes, which would never fucking happen. It's a remake of a foreign film. I don't know if it involves a local pop star of whatever. I think it was a German movie. I don't know if it has a German pop star as a plot point in that movie, or even if it might be Celine Dion. But
that's weird.
They talk about Celine Dion in this movie, and look, with all due respect, I love Celine Dion. Don't get me wrong, she's wonderful. But they talk about this character, they talk about Celine Dion as if she's like fucking Olivia Rodrigo or Billie Eilish or Taylor Swift. She's Celine Dion. Like, when was the last time you really, since outside of Deadpool 2, when was the last time you really thought about Celine Dion as this powerhouse whose all her new music is the best thing ever?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it just feels really, it feels like an infomercial for Celine Dion with some of the worst jokes ever. Like the line where the sassy best friend or sister or whatever. Also, you know that her husband died because he gives her a pack of fucking Skittles. By the way, second bad movie this year one of 3 bad movies this year that involves Skittles in the plot or referenced in the movie. We'll get there. And then he goes outside and in slow motion she smiles and then looks concerned and then goes up and then the next scene he was hit by a car. Like, because it's all serious, the mood of the music changes, and she gets up in slow motion looking concerned.
Yep.
God damn it. And this is sincere. Like, if this movie were a parody, like, things like Anyone But You, or for that matter, They Came Together, which is fucking underrated, made movies like this impossible to pull off. And I say that because, with the knowledge that last year, the person whose movie was parodied most harshly in They Came Together made a movie this year, which was What Happens Later, which nobody fucking saw. Meg Ryan is the person. And it was really good. It showed how you can do this movie well. Oh god, I hated it. It was just so bad. And
yeah,
Nick Jonas was funny. He was in the movie for 2 minutes. Celine Dion was charming, but everything about the love story. But yeah, vitamin D deficiency. You act like I have some kind of deficiency or something. You need to get some D. It's like, you act like I have some deficiency or something. You do, girlfriend. Vitamin D deficiency. She's talking about cock. Did you not realize he wants her to get laid?
No, I knew that already.
God damn it.
When she said that in the movie, I was like, no way.
Did they hire the writers of fucking Small Wonder to write this dialogue? Who wrote these jokes?
Oh my god, dude.
People reject this. Yeah. That's my number 20. Love Again, shit again.
19. I'll just go in a little opposite quick so we can keep going. Number 19 is The Devil Conspiracy. This movie is just fucking terrible. I found it boring. There's weird things that happen, but they don't warrant it, though. That's the biggest problem with it, is that they don't warrant the weirdness.
The sonogram, though, come on, that was great.
Okay, that was kind of cool, but other than that, nothing else.
Well, not cool. It was hilarious. Ooh, look at the sonogram.
That's what I meant, though. Like, as cool, like being funny. But other than that, the movie's ass.
Yeah.
Let's just move on.
Number 19. Gerard Butler made 2 movies last year. One of them about Gerard Butler going into a foreign land and having an action movie adventure where he has to rescue people. They both had racist undertones. One of them still somehow found a way to be good. And then there's this movie, and that movie is Kandahar. I hated Kandahar. It was dull, it was overlong, it wasn't exciting. Some people, even the scenes of people who liked it and even didn't like it, said were good. Yeah, you can't tell what the fuck's going on. The night vision scene. Yeah, it's night vision, but it's also shaky cam. You can't see anything. And then on top of that, you have to give this to me. The dude's in the control room. Was it the director's like nephew or something? Like, who are these people? They can't act. I'm not gonna let another innocent American man die. Fuck you. Protocol. Like, fuck protocol. I won't let another American die. Fuck you. Also, every character except the one we're supposed to like, who is even slightly less white than Gerard Butler, is a fucking terrorist. And is, like, portrayed in the most stereotypical way. I fucking hated this movie. Let's put it this way. This movie came out around the same time as The Covenant. The Covenant, and it had a similar plot, but The Covenant was good, and it wasn't stupid and jingoistic and racist. This was. 19, Kandahar.
That's also another one we don't agree on, but okay, cool. I enjoyed the movie, so
Yes.
yeah, we could. So, but
Let's move on.
It's whatever. Number 18. Again, we've already covered the waterfront of this one. Run, rabbit, run. Fuckity fuck, fuck, fucky fuck, fuck, fucky fuck, fuck. Sarah Snook, you should know better. Fuckity fuck, 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 fuck. Yeah. Boring, offensive, pretentious, and forgot to have an ending.
I don't think they just. It almost was like, you know how sometimes people say this and it's hyperbole because there are people who get mad at everything because that has an ambiguous ending, and it's become the stereotype of it didn't have a perfect bow on it, therefore the ending is bad. I am genuinely convinced that this movie, they accidentally burned the last 2 pages of the script, and they were just like, well, fuck, we need an ending. And goes, they're, spoiler alert, who cares? It's the worst of. We're gonna rant. Spoiler alert. Like, well, we'll imply that the kid's gonna fall off a cliff and there's nothing she can do about it. And then what? Oh, then it's over. Is that okay? We lost the last 2 pages of the script. Ah, fuck. Yeah, okay. Nobody's gonna watch this anyway. It's not like it's gonna go to the Sundance Film Festival or something. Ah, that would be crazy. Oh, wait, it was? Well, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
Yeah, whatever. Fine.
Joan! I want to see Joan! Mia! Carol Ann, Bruce, Patricia.
Mommy. We want Hereditary.
Or anything like that. The mommy horror genre. Fucking the Babadook.
But the one I think of the most is Hereditary.
Or the Babadook. Like, it's clearly trying to be...
Well, the Babadook as well, but again, I think of Hereditary.
But more so, because it even steals character traits from the Babadook. And, like, creature designs and shit. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just do that then. Mommy, we want the Babadook.
You have the Babadook at home.
Babadook at home, blank is Run Rabbit Run.
Jesus Christ. Don't say it to the filmmakers, though. They'll get offended. How dare you say our totally original, perfect piece of art. Shut up. It's bad.
I don't care if I'm overusing that line. I just love that line.
God.
But
anyway.
let's just move on.
Number 18. Seriously, Ron, how good is the cocaine? If you went to Epstein's Island, you can tell
Oh,
me.
I know what it is.
The Baker.
Yeah, Ron Perlman, just fire your fucking agent. Just make Guillermo your agent, man.
You know you're in trouble when your lead actor threatens the CEO of the most powerful entertainment company on the planet during a writer's strike, and it's a better acting performance than the 2 movies he was in that year. You have the Baker. Yeah, Ron Perlman threatening to kill Bob Iger as Ron Perlman was more emotionally engaging and Oscar-worthy than any of this. And I love Ron Perlman. He's a fine actor. I don't know what the fuck he was doing here. Dude, seriously, go to your buddy Guillermo and ask him if he has another script for you. Jesus Christ, stop working with these Canadians. They're not doing you any favors. Like this year, we have and again, we have good Canadian movies. Got Fitting In, got Blackberry, got Infinity Pool, and then this film and The Retirement Plan. Which reminds us that bad movies can happen anywhere, just like good movies can. Yeah. The Baker. Not only does these movies recycle casts and really plots, they recycle sets. I'm pretty sure that hotel is the same one they shot in. This hotel room. They probably shot it in the same week because they didn't come out that far apart. They came out like a month apart. I wonder if it was like, yeah.
Yeah, that's beyond me though.
Also, unless the movie is called Avatar, can we just ban Joel David Moore from being in movies ever again? I thought that asshole was gone after The Hottie and the Naughty, but he keeps showing up.
Wow.
What a terrible actor. He wasn't even good in Avatar, but at least Avatar was a good enough movie that it kind of superseded him.
Yeah.
Anyway.
17?
Yeah. Well, last thing I was going to say is Joel David Moore and Justin Chatwin should go together to, hack Wonderland and just get married and never come back. Yeah. Along with Sean McNamara, he can direct their love story and it'll be his final film.
For sure, yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's my number 18.
All right, number 17. Oh God! Oh my God! The amount of suffering I had to go through watching this movie. Camp Hideout.
We will be talking about Camp Hideout eventually. It's much, much higher on my list. Much higher.
W.S. Ginger Fringe. That's really all I got to say.
Another one of those fucking movies that also often coalesce with Christian movies in that the main character is sensible and has a sense of logic and understanding to him, and that is warped and manipulated by everyone around him to being a brainwashed, pious, stupid character who is shat on the entire movie until he learns to come around to the other point of view.
That's just ridiculous.
These movies, I don't mean to get too severe with them, but I have to say this. This trend of movies, especially faith-based movies where this is the plot, to me are no different than Nazi brainwashing experiments. And I'm going to call them to the carpet on it because I think that it really is frustrating that the trend of this movie is be like the crowd. Individualism is not your friend. Be like everybody else in this particular group, or else you will have nothing but misery either inflicted upon you by the world or by other people within the group until you become one of us. And I'm so sick of this idea. I don't think it's a funny idea. I don't think it's a good dramatic idea. Unless it's a satire of the people doing it to the person. When it's their perspective, it's not funny. It's not good art. It's just brainwashing. That's all it is. It's propaganda. I don't get that. You know what I'm saying? I don't...
Yeah, I know. But while you give out your 17, I'm going to be right back because I'm going to go to the bathroom. But just... After you when I get back, we can just move on. I can just watch what your 17 is on the replay.
Well, when you get back, I'll just say it. I'll just say what the movie is. Then we'll move on.
Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
All right. Number 17. Taylor Sheridan, Brian Hegland, Ben Foster, Tommy Lee Jones, Jenna Ortega. Fucking why? Finest kind. Boring, about nothing, way too fucking long. Good actors being asked to give really bad performances. The movie is about nothing. It can't decide if it wants to be a laid-back fishing father-son drama, or a drug-dealing crime thriller, or a love story, or what it wants to be. Everything is boilerplate. Every emotion and scene is turned up to 1,000,000,000 with the melodrama. It's histrionic. It's not interesting. And yet it is insanely popular among a very particular core of conservative white male audiences who really love to attack people who don't like it and question their credentials. I'm sorry, y'all. You can like this movie all you want. I don't care. I'm not taking it away from you. I fucking hated Finest Kind. It is so boring. It is so not interesting. And it's drab and it's dreary and it's over the top. And I don't get why all these talented people are involved. I just don't. Number 17, Finest Kind. And we're going to wait on Luke. Also, the reason for the title is the most pretentious shit ever. Yeah. Excuse me for a moment. Hoba. Just gonna... Ooh. I've been sitting for too long.
I actually know what your number 17 is.
Finest Kind.
Yep, I knew it. Because I heard you say Taylor Sheridan and Brian Helgeland as I was walking downstairs.
Yeah.
So I know what it is. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit.
It's just so boring. And also, to the fans, again, like I said, to the fans, I didn't like the movie. You shouldn't be spamming me with your negativity.
Yeah, but I have one of those movies. I want to talk about that in a little bit. Which is not this one. That I'm going to talk about. Number 16, Kids versus Aliens.
Haven't seen it.
Shitty kid acting, shitty CGI, shitty acting, and just all around god-awful humor. You get this movie. That's all I gotta say. Fuck Kids versus Aliens.
Yeah.
Just fuckity fuck.
Settle down, Beavis.
I regretted watching this movie. Like, I honestly regretted it.
Yeah.
But not as much as my number one, though. I'll just say that. Not as much as my number one.
Yeah. Is that your number 16?
Yep, that's Kids versus Aliens.
What was 17 again? Oh, Camp Hideout.
Camp Hideout.
What was 17 again? An enjoyable and underrated Matthew Perry, Zac Efron movie. Why do you ask?
Good one. Cheers to that.
I'm sorry. People have given me shit like, you like that movie? I'm like, come on. You tell me you're not choked up at the end when he memorizes the fucking thing he wants to say to his ex-wife at the fucking court. Come on. That's a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Also, give Zac Efron an Oscar nomination, you fucking cowards, for this year.
But yeah, fuck you, Oscars.
I don't know. God damn it.
But yeah, let's just move on.
Yeah.
What's your 16, my good sir?
Number 16. Luke, riddle me this, Batman.
What do you got?
What do you get when you've already sat for 3 hours of the most mind-numbingly dull shit, and then you're asked to sit through another 3 hours, almost, of incredibly dull shit, and you just tune out and you realize, I'm either going to kill myself or I'm going to pull my phone out in this empty theater and play a video game to distract from the fact that I have now spent 5 hours of my life watching this boring shit.
I know what you
Connie
get.
and Selvin, Part 2.
Can I tell you something really quick so I don't have to go on too long?
Yeah.
That's actually my number 15.
You want to kill two birds?
Yeah. Okay.
God damn it.
I watched the first one, and the first one was giving me such a headache. And I was just like my headache, my head could just explode and I wouldn't even notice it. And then after watching that, I proceeded to rewatch The Covenant, which was a much better movie because I just needed a healer, and that movie was my healer.
And you also
then later on, I realized that there's part 2. So I watched part 2. This movie makes part 1 worse.
Okay, here's the thing.
It's just exposition. That's all it is.
And really shittily shot action occasionally. Like every 2 hours of its 6-hour runtime, maybe you'll get like an action sequence. Like 3 action sequences in the whole 2-movie shebang bang. And it's trying to kind of be like Indian Aladdin, but it doesn't have the charm or the humor, and the comic relief characters are just horrible and not funny and irritating. Like the guy who I guess is supposed to be the genie equivalent takes all of Robin Williams' like fast-talking goofiness, but none of the actual humor and charm. So it just comes off as, oh my goodness, hero character. It's like, oh my god, shut up. Fuck. And then you have these really talented Indian actors who are just there to stand around in beautiful costumes, I will admit, in beautifully designed CGI ballrooms, and just talk about the plot for hours. Literally hours. And then occasionally there will be a sword fight or a horseback chase to interrupt the monotony right as we are about to die of boredom. And this, I literally, an hour into the part 2, I was just like, you know what? I've already dedicated almost 4.5 hours of my life to this. I have to sit through the rest of this. That doesn't mean I have to pay attention. If you're not going to engage me at this point, this is the epitome of that classic Roger Ebert line about how if nothing has happened by the end of the first reel, nothing's going to happen. We're in the 5th reel now. Nothing's happened. Nothing's going to happen. And I was right. It just... And people liked it, but I'll say this. Movies like Jawan and Triple R put movies like the quality that Bollywood should aspire to into perspective and really make this movie look worse. And when I say movie, I mean both part 1 and 2 combined.
Yep.
Because that's really what it is. Yeah, fuck this movie.
I guess you can go to your number 15 since this is my number 15.
Speaking of uneven halves of movies, Rebel Moon Part 1, A Child of Fire. God, what an ordeal this was to fucking sit through. And look, it was nothing but exposition. And some people mentioned, some of the ideas and some of the action scenes were cool. No, they fucking weren't. First off, because there was like no action in it. 2, because everything looked ugly. It looked like Zack Snyder has... People have argued that his style is too dark and dingy, and I've kind of rejected it because I think there's enough spark to it when he's doing decently to make it work. This movie looked like someone smeared shit on the lens the entire movie. It was ugly to look at. It didn't look... All the characters are dirty-looking characters who look like they haven't had a shower in 5 years. The dialogue is horrible. They have a bunch of good actors who are in so much fucking makeup and costume that you can't even... Like, fucking Ray Fisher. He might as well not even be in the fucking movie. Cleopatra Coleman, she might as well not even be in the fucking movie. You can barely tell it's her. Like, they have these people there. Michelle Huseman, like, is there just to be the Han Solo type, I guess, although he's more like the Luke Skywalker type in the costume of the Han Solo type, and he's also really bland. Sophia Boutella, who is fucking wasted in this. Charlie Hunnam. Like, all these actors who should know better. Demon Hansu. Like, are just Sir Anthony Hopkins. Like, all these people...
I don't know what the hell happened.
And it's like... But the problem is, too, is that because of what we do, it's the secondary infection. There will be a part 2 and probably a part 3, because he said it's a trilogy, right? So, like... Mm-hmm. Well, actually, no. He said it was a trilogy, and that part 1 and part 2 constituted the first part of the trilogy. So it's actually 4 movies. It's Rebel Moon Part 1 and Part 2, and then the 2 sequels. Yeah, and the whatever. And you can tell this is a Star Wars knockoff, but it has none of the life of Star Wars. It has none of the energy. It has none of the excitement or the character. It's just boring. It's just like, imagine all the worst parts of Attack of the Clones if that was the whole movie. That's this. It's like just dull and nothing and dreary looking, and by the end of it, you're like, well, we're going to have to watch Part 2, I guess. Hopefully it'll be better. And then what happens after the credits of Part 1? Netflix goes right into a trailer for Part 2, and it looks like the trailer for Part 2 that was after the credits is just more truck-picking training montages. Like, there's barely any action. It's like, they're setting up your universe, and there's blue-balling your audience, bro. You're fucking blue-balling us. We've sat through 2.5 hours of nothing. Give us something, goddammit.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck this movie.
All right, let's just get to 14. And we got to kind of speed this up because we're 3 hours in.
Yeah, we are 3.5 almost.
Number 14, The Friendship Game. Peyton List. I know you can do better.
I haven't heard of half of these movies you have on your list.
That's because I actually subject myself to the pain. But bland and incredibly. This movie's also very, very flashy. Just because you have flashy lights does not mean your movie's good. Movie. Peyton List. I love you in Cobra Kai. Do better than this.
Not everybody can be Brandon Cronenberg, so don't try if you can't pull it off.
Yeah, but fuck.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know it. No. I know what you mean. Like,
yeah, some people can do the strobing shit, like Nicholas Winding Refn. Like, there are people who can do the strobing style of filmmaking well, and then there's people who are trying and failing to do so. And yeah.
Well, yeah, that's my number 14 is The Friendship Game. I don't really want to fucking talk about this movie.
Number 14.
And funnily enough, I saw this movie the same day that I went before I went. I saw this movie before I went and saw Five Nights at Freddy's. And honestly, this movie made me like Five Nights at Freddy's even more, to be honest.
My number 14. There were 2 Thanksgiving-themed movies that played in my local theater during November. The only way this could have been improved is if at the end it was a long-winded origin story for John Carver.
Yep.
The Great Turkey Town Miracle.
I still remember the screen grabs you sent.
AKA the bad one.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who made this, wrote, directed, edited, stars in this, the Tommy Wiseau of this, he's actually a very nice guy. When I did my post, I felt a little bad because he actually thanked me for seeing the movie and was very cool. The movie's not offensive necessarily, but it's so poor in the way that it's done. It's boring, it's cringy, it's not funny, it's not sweet. It's bad, and it just looks terrible. It does not look like a movie. It looked like it really did escape from the CBN. I know we made that joke a lot, that it looks like it escaped from the Christian broadcast channel, but it does. It looks like shit. And it's just, nobody saw this movie. I was the only one who saw this movie the week it was here. If you want to see a Thanksgiving movie that came out last year, just see Thanksgiving. Just, even if it's...
yeah, and I still remember that when you took screen grabs, you were just like, you see this shit?
You
see what I do for you?
You see what I have to do for these people? Yeah, I know. I was angry.
Like, that was actually really funny. So,
like, I was watching this, and all I could think about was, hey, it's like Christmas with a capital C without the horrible hatefulness. So, Christmas with a capital C with nothing to really complain about. It's just bland and dull. And badly made.
yeah. But,
no, by the way,
we don't really need to go for it.
Speaking of the cinema snob, one of his best one-liners was from his review of Christmas with a capital C, and so they're doing the town hall meeting about keep Christ in Christmas, and they have this stereotypical sassy black woman, and she's just like, we need you to do something because this is an injustice, and then it cuts back to him because it's about the war on Christmas, and he goes, Ma'am, be honest. I don't really think you truly believe that this is an injustice. I was like, oh my god, that's amazing. Love you, Brad.
All right.
Anyway,
13. Now, Grant, now listen to this.
number 13? Yeah.
Yeah. Now, before you say that this should be a lot higher, let me just clarify from the forefront. There are also a couple movies ahead of this that I would consider so bad they're good movies. But, and also the fact that some of the, also this one didn't piss me off as much as some of the rest of them on the list. Because I know you have this one a lot higher.
Yeah.
Spinning Gold.
Fuck you!
I knew you were gonna say this
Fuck
one should be
you!
higher. But again, it didn't piss me off as much as some of the other ones on the list. Look, this movie is despicable. I'll give it that.
Oh my god!
It's despicable.
But
the reason why I give it some
crap.
credit because the actors are trying. Like
I
give
don't
it that.
think
The
they
actors are trying.
Oh, I completely disagree with you. They're good actors, but they are not giving a fuck in this movie. They have some good actors here, but they are not. Ooh, Jason Isaacs looks like he barely, like he is just there to pick up his check and go home and eat a fucking sandwich. Like he does not want to be there. Hello to Jason, by the way.
But just,
Oh
I'll let you expand upon it a little bit more. But
yeah,
ugh.
this is
Whatever.
gonna. I'm going to save this for when we really roast this turkey.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to keep this one brief. So yeah, Spinning Gold.
Spinning shit.
Spinning my cock. So
They even ruined the one decent line by being so fucking extra.
true. Go for number 13, my good sir.
Hey, if you thought you were pissed off at the fact that Coyote v. Acme got canceled, you're going to be livid if you didn't know that this existed now that you know that it exists. From the man who ruined Warner Brothers and the director who, honestly, I don't think I can really blame for this because he probably was hijacked by the guy who ruined Warner Brothers. Aquaman in the Shitty Kingdom.
I don't flat out hate it, but
God damn it.
It's not good.
Cockroach cheeseburger. Oh my god!
How dare you!
How dare I? Fucking fuck off.
Zack Attack reviews, man. Cockroach cheeseburgers are not a spoiler.
Nothing to spoil about it. Oh, spoiler alert! It ends. The movie's post-credit scene is pointless. He eats a cockroach.
So how is that really? So if it's pointless, then how is it even a spoiler? Like, that's my question. Like,
Spoiler alert. Nicole Kidman gets fucking wasted in this movie.
how dare you! But regardless.
Yeah, it's just, what a waste of time, money, and resources. Really, so Zaslav, you listening to me? You want to kill a movie you spent $80 million on to get a $35 million tax write-off, and yet $250 million you give on this and let it go out into the world. How dare you? Fucker.
Dirty whore.
Dirty whore. Oh yeah, and the Discovery Plus product placement. And the Guinness product placement.
And you yelled it out.
It's the worst movie Tamara Morrison has been in since Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
God damn it.
But what?
Also, if you didn't already hate Amber Heard, she's responsible for literally using her powers to aim her infant's pee stream into her husband's mouth. Can we move on? Number 13, Aquaman and the Shitty Kingdom.
I'm not going to talk about my number 12 that much because I'm pretty sure you kind of
the DCEU died as it lived, uneven as fuck.
Yeah, but my number 12, I'm just going to say what this movie is because I know you talked about it while I was out for a little bit. Finest Kind. This movie just pissed me off. Like,
what a
as a fan
resource.
of Tommy Lee Jones, Ben Foster, and Jenna Ortega, my wife, by the way,
You can have her if I say she's my wife. I'll look like a creep. So you can have her.
Yeah,
She's
she's
too
mine.
young for me.
She's closer to my age. So yeah, she's mine.
Then give me Melissa. That way we can have family reunions.
Oh yeah, she's yours. But Jenna's mine. God damn it! What the hell was this movie? Like when I saw the cast and the director behind it, and also Taylor Sheridan producing it, I was like, hell yeah, sign me up.
Jenna Ortega executive produced it. Like, why? What are you seeing in this project that makes?
Because even like when I was on my way to New York, I saw that film on the billboard, and I was like, huh, that actually looks really good. And then I watched the movie, and I'm like, wait, this is the film I'm watching?
It has no plot.
There's nothing. It's boring.
It's boring, and it doesn't know if it wants to be a drama about fishermen, or if it wants to be a crime movie about fishermen, and it can't seem to decide. And you know what I'm saying? You didn't hear it because you left, but you know what I'm saying about how the note of everybody in this movie seemed to be play it bigger, yell, curse, punch each other, shoot each other, just go bigger, go bigger. Jenna Ortega. If you want people to respect you as an adult movie star, which they already do, you have to scream and yell and act like you just snorted a line of coke every time you're on screen. Like, it's so overdone in a Boston accent, no less. That is so ill-fitting of her, and it's just
that was so over-exaggerated.
It was just ridiculous, and why would you waste your resources? Like, you have people involved in this that have talent.
Well, especially if you waste Ortega by this point, it's like, why even bother? Like you wasted her.
It was so. Just be about something. Be a movie. It's like, I said this in my review of Film Socialism, and I stand by it. Movies don't just make themselves. You don't just throw a cast and a talented producer into the middle of New England and just say, here, make a movie happen. You have to write it. You have to tell a story. You have to be about something. You have to have a purpose. Or at least create a mood of some kind. This movie has nothing. It's just, it has a cast. And it has a location, and that's it. It has nothing else going for it.
Yeah, for sure.
And it has crime movie cliches. And that's about it. Yep. And a really pretentious title, too. That is even
it's pretentious as fuck. But
it also makes about as much goddamn sense as Collateral Beauty when it comes to how it's used in the movie.
Well, let's just move on. Fuck this movie.
Yeah, seriously.
Jenna, I love you, but please pick better roles than this.
It does not surprise me at all that half the cast, half the theater walked out of this at TIFF.
Yeah, but let's just move on.
Yeah.
You're number 12, my sir.
So, speaking of big budget wastes of resources that are made by Warner Brothers and have massive monster budgets and involve the ocean and action stars, Meg 2: The Trench.
You don't need to go too deep into it because I'm going to be talking about that later.
Just
because I really want to voice my piece on this movie.
Imagine the Meg if it was shittier and stripped of any sense of self-awareness, any sense of fun, and was just shitty and terrible. That's this movie. And what the fuck was Ben Wheatley doing directing this movie? Why does he want to make the third one? I don't understand. You're a good filmmaker. And again, it just takes me back to, oh yeah, Coyote v. Acme, we can't have that, but we get Meg 2: The Trench. Like, what are we getting out of this what about this made you want to greenlight this over? Well, to be fair also, David Zaslav doesn't even watch the fucking movies he releases, apparently. Some CEO you are, dipshit.
I can talk about this one later.
Yeah. But yeah, that's number 12. Dur to the Dur. Just...
Dur?
Just go fuck off back to Legoland, you cunts. Especially you, Zaslav, as they said in At World's End, or The World's End.
Yeah.
Why don't you get in your little spaceship and fuck off back to Legoland, you cunts? Love that movie.
But number 11, 11 and 10 are my two so bad they're good movies of the year. In my opinion, like, just saying, in case we were like, oh, they're just bad. This is what we think.
Oh,
My number 11 is Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Fuck you! Although then again, it's not that far off from yours, so it's not so bad. It's good though. Well,
to you, it's not. But the reason why I think it's so bad, it's good, is because the movie takes itself so dead ass seriously that I kind of love it for that.
It's not enough. Well, I will say this: it's so bad it's good when Christopher Robin is on screen because he does not give a fuck.
Pooh! Why are you doing this? Pooh!
No,
Pooh!
It's more like Pooh! Why are you doing this? Pooh! I'm gonna get paid so much for this. Fuckers. He does not look like he's taking this seriously at all, and he's the only one. Like, tits, bro. That is all.
Those are what
tits, bro.
I want to point out, Brando Critic, watch this movie and tell me that Sydney Sweeney's not walking tits.
I'm sorry, what?
Dude, don't you remember his review on
Sweeney.
Anyone But You? He called Sydney Sweeney walking tits.
What?
They're not characters. Instead, we get walking boobs and six packs. So basically, he's calling Sydney Sweeney walking tits.
First and foremost, he's a 10-pack motherfucker. Second off, they even said so in the movie. Second off, he's hot girl fit. Second off, Sydney Sweeney can act circles around on a bad day. He can act circles around those those boobs. That's what they are. I'm sorry, and they all look the same. They're all just generic black-haired, blue-eyed, kind of semi-attractive white girl. That's every character in it. They're just boobs.
And I also love the quote that you told me from Mark Kermode for this movie.
I know. It's perfect.
Never mind.
Well, no, literally the best.
No, I was trying to do the line. Never mind.
And then, no, literally what it is Simon cues it up and he goes, I mean, it seems like this could have had potential. It's like, but they're just trying to play with the copyright, right? And he goes, he goes, is that it? He goes, yeah, it's just, never mind.
Never mind.
What? Like,
just
well, what?
Ripping the top off the woman before you throw in the wood chipper.
Just grow the fuck up.
I was gonna say that, damn it.
Oh my god! But that's perfect. It's and then okay.
No, you should have been like, what, Mark?
You're right. That's perfect. Like, oh, just
grow the fuck up.
Well, in like, okay, next movie. It's like, yeah, please, dear God. Oh my god, Pooh, what are you doing? He nailed it. Oh my god.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But my number 11 is Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
The sequel, if anything, looks even worse. I'm gonna be honest.
I disagree. I actually think the sequel looks better. It actually looks like they're kind of leaning into the schlock.
But saying this looks better than that is like saying that a Big Mac has nutritional value. Technically, it's true, but does it mean anything?
But here, like I said, though, man, the second one looks like they're actually going to lean a little bit more into the schlock factor.
But I feel like that's worse somehow because it I don't know.
Let's just move on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, my number 11, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Wait, what was your number 12 again? Sorry,
It was Finest Kind.
Oh, okay. Number 11. Before we begin, number 11. This is a well-made film. It's well shot. And the lead actress is terrific. Amelia Eve, who is so much better on The Haunting of Bly Manor. I really don't know why she was here. In the service of one of the most offensive pieces of garbage I've ever seen, The Blind. The Robertson family, particularly Phil Robertson, you're a piece of shit. you're not actually even Southern. This is all an act. You look like the fucking Romneys before you were on Duck Dynasty. This is all fake. This is creating a fantasy that is, first off, not true to life. And second off, even if it is true to life, the message of this movie is, if your husband is an abusive fucking bastard, stay with him, because that's what Jesus wants. And everybody will be happy. Because not him actually changing his ways. No, he prays to Jesus. He prays to Jesus one time. I'm a better man now. I was always going to stay with you because Jesus would have wanted me to. That's what wives do. This is why I don't leave the house. Why are we still here? Just as Also, yeah. By the way, I have a question for you, Luke. Was it not Phil Robertson that compared in an interview with GQ this movie championed so hard that homosexuality is no different than bestiality?
I'm sorry, what?
The answer is yes. What a hideous fucking cocksucker that man is.
Yeah.
Like, just what a cunt. Like, truly from the bottom of my heart. Like,
but yeah, let's just.
This is the man who is the hero of this story.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
But all right, we're in the top 10,
Yeah.
so we can finish.
Yeah.
We can up.
Now we get to the down and dirty.
But my number 10 is the So Bad It's Good masterpiece, Knights of the Zodiac.
Fuck yeah, Knights of the Zodiac.
Now, I know you're wondering why it's in the top 10, but that's just such a. But the reason why it's in number 10, it's because it goes to show how terrible the movie is. But it's amazing.
It's so bad that I've actually recommended it to people as a So Bad It's Good movie. Like, you have to watch this. Give it your money, support it. I want a sequel. Like, fuck. I want this to do well.
Yeah, it's a So Bad It's Good masterpiece.
It really is. Stop, you fool.
Stop, you fool. Pegasus. Pegasus.
Pegasus. Oh, thank God. Oh, God, they're legs. Oh, Pegasus. Oh. Pegasus. That's what it's about. He's Pegasus Man. He's the Pegasus Ranger. That's basically what he is. He's Pegasus Power Ranger. That's exactly what he is.
I'm sorry.
And Famke Janssen is Rita Repulsa.
Yep.
Well, and Sean Bean is Zordon. If he was played by Sean Bean and therefore he died inevitably.
they still carry on that. They still carry the trope of Sean Bean dying in every movie.
They should make a bingo game out of that. No, but seriously, from the first moments, I knew I was in good hands when the movie started. The lights went down, and it's like Sony Pictures, and then it was literally just like this is the story. Like the goddess Athena was reincarnated as a young alien girl who fell from the sky, protected by guardian knights with supernatural powers, and eventually was adopted by me and my wife before she became a supervillain, became Rita Repulsa. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on? It's the first 2 minutes of this movie.
Mom, this is bullshit.
Oh my God.
This is so stupid. I want to go home.
That kid wins. We're going to only give one Granty Award tonight. It is this week in awesome moviegoers. And oh my God, that kid this year. And that kid, oh my God, he added to that movie's pleasure. Oh my God, that kid. It was awesome.
Wait. Ready to hear it? Ready to hear it?
Sometimes.
Here. Shut up, this is badass!
Shut up, dude, this is badass! Like, you'll go far, kid. One day you will grow up to be Grant the movie and TV guy. You're on your and this
but,
will
yeah,
be,
I love Knights of the Zodiac for all the wrong reasons.
And this will be your Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Like, this is it.
Here's my thing though.
The So Bad It's
How
Good
one of my friends likes to talk about Morbius. this is what I would give for Knights of the Zodiac. Because Knights of the Zodiac is actually fun. Is actually funny, terrible.
It's fun too. Morbius. Go eat some walruses. Like in your orifices. Morpheus. Red pill, blue pill. Morpheus, walruses. Seashell by the seashore fears. Morpheus drinking a 40 in a death match.
Okay, we need to move on.
Yeah. The lesson of the day is all the movies on this list, forget all of that and go binge watch the Eric Andre show like right now. It's the greatest show ever. Anyway.
Yeah, number 10, Knights of the Zodiac.
I'm the king, man. I'm king shit. You're nothing. You're dumb. Number 10.
Number 10.
Hey, Luke.
Hmm?
The bottom of, the top of the bottom of the barrel. Pooh! Pooh!
Yes!
Pooh!
Boo!
Pooh! Why are you doing this? I like titties. I'm 12. Pooh!
Hey, Grant.
Why are you doing this?
Grant.
You left. Winnie the Pooh, blood and shit.
Grant, before we move on, this is the only thing we can talk about really quick before we move on.
No.
The call and response thing that you had in the theater.
Okay, so for those who don't know about this, some of you I'm sure do. Yeah, this was so bad I made friends. It was awesome.
Yeah.
No, literally, this is the movie that gave Austin the nickname Chucklefucks McGee. We call him that now.
So yeah, we're gonna do the call and response.
Did you like it? Austin? Go fuck yourself. Wow. He goes, yeah, right here, buddy. Just don't talk to me for a while.
And then the call and response. You raped my childhood!
No, literally, yeah, credits rolled, lights came up, stupid ending happens, Pooh's face, roll credits, some dude stood up in the theater. I went to I got a discounted ticket, don't worry. Oh, actually, a friend of mine worked there, so he got me in for free. But it was the Fathom event, and guy stood up. You raped my childhood! People lost it, and I just went, Ryan, should I? He goes, yeah. I just went, fuck this movie! And then
everybody laughed, and then
the guy stood back up.
And then the call and response again. What he said! Fuck this movie!
And then I stood up again and goes, oh, bother! Oh, fucking bother! And everybody went, they lost their shit. No, the best comment from during the movie was the dude in front of me who also got an audible laugh and a clap from the audience was when they have those rednecks going up.
Yeah, beating up and then punches Pooh in the face.
Punches Pooh in the face and he just kind of like that, and he goes, and the kid in front of me who looked no older than 14 went, oh, bro, he ate that shit.
That's one of my favorite stories, and I wanted to do the call and response thing before we moved on.
The audience was the only good thing about that movie. Everything else was and nobody liked it. Everybody was laughing when you were not supposed to be laughing in that movie. The whole movie, it was the best audience. It was like the audience I saw Slaughterhouse, except Slaughterhouse is actually fun, whereas this was not fun. Run, bitch, run! Because Slaughterhouse has a sense of humor about itself that this movie lacks. This movie takes itself way too goddamn seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, number 10, Winnie the Pooh, blood and shit. God, the sequel's coming soon. Really soon, March. And I'm not looking forward to it.
All right. You ready for number 9?
Yeah.
I know, Grant, I know you this one you don't have on your list, but it's okay. Insidious, The Red Door.
It's not a great movie, I'll say that. It's not very good, but it's not the worst movie.
It's just the first 2 movies all over again. That's literally it.
But less good than the first one, especially.
Exactly. It doesn't even know what it wants to be, even. Is it an Insidious movie or is it Dalton Goes to College? It doesn't know what it wants to be.
You know what's strange? Okay, let me put it to you this way. If they scrapped that this was an Insidious movie, if they changed the characters' names, and it was a father with Patrick Wilson and Ty Simpkins, without the horror elements, it might be decent. Because the two of them are good actors, and they act out the dramatic scenes against
But the fact
each other.
that this is an Insidious
Well,
movie makes it worse for me.
Like the scene where he's in college and they're having that argument about how he's disappointed in how he grew up. Like, that was genuinely a well-acted scene of, like, fatherly strife. And it had bearing over the fact that we saw Ty Simpkins in the first one when he was still a little kid, and now he's a man. So it had a certain level of, like, wistful watching characters grow up with you. But at the same time, it wasn't a good Insidious movie. It just felt really... Yeah, again, like, poor, but again, I want to see what Patrick Wilson does next. He shows promise as a director. I will say
he does, but that's still not hiding from the fact how much of a piece of shit this was.
Yeah. It's not a great movie.
This movie just makes me angry. Like, this is one of those films that I gave a 1 star to when I first saw it, but as time has gone on, this film has gotten way worse.
Like, I feel you.
But yeah, fuck this fucking movie.
I'm not going to argue with you too much about it, because as much as I didn't hate it, I did kind of have to jump through hoops to justify me kind of not hating it. It wasn't a great movie.
But I mean, but also I should say I do own this movie, but it's for completion's purposes because I have the other 4.
Well, because the other 4 movies are at least the weakest of the first 4 are still, like, decent. Like, the 4th one is still decent.
I like the 4th one, actually.
Me too, yeah. I think the 3rd one is the best of the sequels. 3rd one is cool.
I actually disagree.
Really? I really like the 3rd one. I actually think it's creepy.
Chapter 2 is my favorite of the sequels.
I would agree with you, except for the fact that Chapter 2... When I saw the first one, I thought, oh, when they do the second one, they're not going to keep it going from this point, are they? Oh, man, they did. It was kind of like... I kind of liked the ambiguity of the first one's ending, and the second one kind of made that not be ambiguous anymore.
But I liked where they were going, though. Like,
I agree. I do. But
the first one is just untouchable. Like,
yeah, first one's. I watched the first one every Halloween since it came out. I love the first one.
It's incredible. That's actually my favorite film from James Wan is the first Insidious.
That movie cost less than $1 million. That is an example of doing a lot with a little. Very, very, very well. That movie.
Yeah.
I'd also put the first Paranormal Activity in that category as well.
I agree.
And you know what? But here's the thing. Controversial opinion. I think the best Paranormal Activity movie is Paranormal Activity 2. I think it's actually kind of underrated.
I like that one a lot too.
I think it's actually
that's my second favorite. My favorite is still the first one.
Well, the first one's great as a movie, but I think as a horror movie, the second one is scarier, and I think the character development and acting is better in the second one. There's more of a... I liked the family aspect of the second one, and I actually was invested in, like, oh, I hope this family's okay in the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, that's my number 9.
The dad was a dumbass. That was the only thing. The dad was stupid. I sympathized with him, but he was a dumbass. Anyway. Like,
number 9 is Insidious.
Yeah, people always criticize Mika, but here's the thing. Mika takes it too far, but, like, initially, I still kind of liked him at first, because he still loved Katie. It wasn't like he was a complete dick or anything. He just was curious about what the thing was, and he wanted to film it. Like,
right, yeah.
Do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Number 9. Hey, Luke.
What?
What movie this year that's a blockbuster, an action blockbuster, that wastes more money and is more about pissing than any other movie, and along with that is ugly, vile, cruel, mean-spirited, racist, sexist, every other ist imaginable, bloody and gory for no reason, terrible green screen, the worst use of pimp by 50 Cent in a movie that also had Anatomy of a Fall, which was a great movie who used it, and what is a movie that should live up to its goddamn title already and portrays one of our greatest action stars as a dick who kills a guy for stealing his ring. The answer to all those questions is Expendables. God damn
Yeah,
it.
and I'm going to be talking about that in a little bit. Fuck
that movie. Megan Fox's character in this only exists... Jesus. Only exists to be a screeching nag stereotype. the female characters are there to be attractive and not to have any depth or action experience at all. The Megan Fox character, they play basically a it's not even a hate fuck scene. It's a hate fuck bordering on assault scene that is played for sexy laughs. It's not funny. Statham looks like he wants to, just like in the Meg 2, looks like he wants to be anywhere the fuck else than here. Stallone...
Thankfully, he redeemed himself with a beekeeper.
He did. Stallone looks like that in the 5 minutes he's in at the beginning, and then he decides he does want to be anywhere else but here, and so
until the very end of the fucking movie.
He says deuces and bails to go, I guess, appear in a really good documentary about himself, and then comes back long enough to make this character retroactively more despicable than all the villains he's killed, and they've taken down warlords in this franchise. Like, the only actor who I thought had promise was the dude who played Antonio Banderas' son. I think it was Jacob Scipio. Is that his name? Or Scipio? He was all right.
Yeah.
I kind of liked his character okay. He was kind of charming. But everybody else in this movie, Dolph Lundgren is there to be a walking old man and pee joke.
And even says he has a prescription scope on his sniper.
Yeah, you. See, it's funny because he's getting older and therefore he needs to wear glasses to see okay while shooting. Isn't that funny? He's old and it's sad. He's sad and old and lonely. You know you're in trouble when a shitpost fake game show on a network, a comedy network run by Ryan Reynolds about Swedish people flipping coins, hosted by Dolph Lundgren, is a much better Dolph Lundgren project than a freaking action movie.
That's just off.
It's just where he does a dance and, flips a coin and winks at the audience the entire episode. And so yeah, just come on, Dolph. 50 Cent, 50 Cent has never been good. Let's just be real about it. 50 Cent has never been that good of an actor. He's an okay rapper. He's also kind of a shitty human being who harasses autistic janitors for fun because he can, because he's 50 Cent. Go for yourself, bro. Stop bothering people.
But yeah, I'll talk about that.
Yeah.
I won't really talk about it all that much when I get to it, because you basically said what I want to say.
Well, and I also want to give some credit real quick to my friend Jesse Shade from Awfully Good Movies, who also is, from JoeBlow.com. He said, and it's very true, he says that even as an Expendable Movies, they are working with the D- team here. It's not even, most of the cast is not there, and you didn't even replace them with actual iconic all-stars, many of whom are not even old enough to qualify as an Expendable. Really. I mean, it's just it's also misleading to the franchise's ethos, too, at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number 8, I don't really need to go much into detail because I've already explained even on my channel how much I fucking hate this movie, and even on a couple of, I think also on the worst of stream that we did.
Hey! Sorry. Hey, Hunter, thank you. Welcome to the tribe, bro. I appreciate it.
I've already said my piece on how much I hate this movie, even during when we did the midterm video. Fear.
I haven't seen it.
Just fuck this fucking movie.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
And basically what you said, the blackening without all the jokes, this is basically what it is.
Or without any of them, I guess.
And a shit smeared lens at that.
It looked like they shot the entire movie in the bathroom in the toilet from Trainspotting. The whole thing just looked like.
Wait, you've seen it?
No, the trailer. From the trailer.
No, I'm talking about Trainspotting.
Dude, are you fucking kidding? Yeah, I've seen both it and its sequel. I love Trainspotting.
Good. I'm glad you've seen my favorite movie.
Dude, who hasn't seen Trainspotting? You think I haven't seen Trainspotting?
I didn't know if you did or not, so.
I got a lust for life, baby. Choose life, baby. Anyway.
But yeah. Fear. This also shows why Deon Taylor is one of the most incomprehensible filmmakers working right now.
What else did he do again?
He did both Meet the Blacks movies.
What a waste of a good concept that was.
Yeah, let me just hold on 1 second here.
I only saw the first one. I know a pimp named
The
Slade
Intruder.
Jack.
He did The
Like-
Intruder, which I mean, it's kind of a so bad it's good movie with Dennis Quaid, but other than that, it's
Well, but Dennis Quaid was the only so bad it's good thing about it.
But he did a film called The Tale, Traffic, Chain Letter, Dead Tone, Supremacy, whatever the fuck these are.
Oh, is it the Trafficked with Paula Patton?
No, it's just Traffic. Yeah, yep, it is.
Oh, yeah, okay. I had a crush on Paula Patton, so I said I'd see every Paula Patton movie. I saw that movie. That movie was just despicable and awful. Oh, yeah, that was bad. Ooh, it was, like, offensive.
That shows why Deon Taylor is not a good filmmaker.
I cannot.
But yeah, I don't want to.
I apologize, Hunter. I don't understand, and I also
I just don't want to talk about this movie. So you go to your number 8, good sir.
Yeah. Well, I can name. I got you. 3 actors who go after the easy paycheck: C. Thomas Howell, Nicolas Cage, and John Travolta. Amen.
Well, Nicolas Cage actually does the good stuff though, as of recently.
I'll say this. There seems to be. I'll say this, Hunter. I agree with you on C. Thomas Howell and John Travolta to an extent. I think that Nicolas Cage is being a little pickier now. The last few years, like since the 2020s, I think he has gotten a little pickier and has made better movies generally than he was making before, more often than not. But he still, has his share of shit too, like the retirement plan. So
and the old way at that. So,
but he should have. But honestly, he gave a pretty Oscar-worthy performance this year in Dream Scenario. So
yeah,
it's not all bad. I mean, he's done some good.
And he was in
Pig.
Renegade, so
Pig, Color Out of Space, which is really underrated. But Mandy, yeah. Mom and Dad, I fucking love Mom and Dad.
I still need to see that movie.
Really? Okay.
I know I would love it though because of
awesome.
the concept. Like
yeah.
But yeah, you go to your number 8, man, because we need to hurry this up.
But yeah, Hunter, thank you for the subscribe, man. I appreciate it, truly. So as you mentioned before, imagine Camp Hideout. Oh, Christian Slater, man, talk about a disappointment. Like, go and pump up the volume, and then all the shit he made after. God damn it, Christian Slater. You're better than this, bro. You can do it. Just speaking good shit. Speaking of Christian Slater, Hunter, hang in there. We might be talking about a movie with him soon.
I definitely will.
I think we'll be talking about the same one. But anyway, before we get to that, though, number 8. Imagine, let me put it to you this way. This is the worst Christopher Lloyd as a cranky old man at a children's summer camp movie ever made. The worst of 2 movies somehow.
Camp Hideout.
Brainwashing. We talked about it a lot this stream, and this is the epitome of it.
That's all it was.
He's a sensible young man who all that's missing in his life is Jesus, and they're going to proselytize him. Again, and this is not even coming from an atheist. I'm not an atheist. I'm not super religious, but I'm not saying that religion and faith in God is a bad thing either. There are plenty of faith-based movies that are actually okay. But I don't understand...
But it's just the way that they did it, just continuously shoving it down our throats.
I don't understand the mentality that says, if you are... that we should be promoting movies that says, if you're different from us, we are going to beat you down until you see... Be part of the herd. Individuality is for dummies. Be part of the herd, and everything will be okay. We'll be a happy family. I hate that whole mentality. I think it's toxic to people. I don't like the fact that it's being promoted in a movie that's aimed at children for young audiences,
and it's supposedly making children stupid.
And also on top of that, as a comedy, as a camp nowhere Home Alone clone, it's also just really dumb, lowest common denominator, and not funny. Like, it would be one thing. It steals from so many better kid shenanigans. It's like Max Keeble's big move. Like, you just name the Diary of a Wimpy Kid, like we were talking about. Like, there's so many better kids movies about mischievous kids getting into shenanigans and getting in and out of trouble with bumbling adults that you could watch than this movie. Like, the dude kind of looks like Greg Heffley. Like, that's what keep mentioning this. And, like,
And W.S. Ginger Fringe looks like Rowley.
He does, except that if the roles were reversed, because the thing about Diary of a Wimpy Kid is that it's kind of an accurate depiction of a kid who is like a young budding narcissist. The kid's kind of meant to be an asshole, and that's kind of fitting. But Rowley is like the yin to his yang. He's the good, wholesome, nice kid against the assholery of Greg, and they balance each other out. Whereas in this movie, the Rowley equivalent is the one who's kind of a dick, really, when you think about it, because he's part of the whole brainwashing thing. The main kid is just like, dude, I'm just hiding out. I want to live my own life. I don't believe what you believe, whatever. He's not hurting anybody, necessarily. I mean, eventually he's the reason that bumbling robbers come to the camp, but at the same time, they're not going to hurt anybody. They're complete dipshits. Like, nothing bad was going to happen. So, it's just... It's also just so many pee jokes, and it just feels so desperate. It's like, even Christopher Lloyd, he looks like he's... I would not be surprised if Christopher Lloyd didn't know he was in a movie. Like, he wandered on set, was confused, and just put on a costume, maybe a little drunk, and just put on a costume and said some lines and they yelled at him. And walked away. Because he seems like he barely was here when he was on screen. He just... I agree, Bruce Willis was a very different story, Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too bad. Because, again, you mentioned John Cusack. That's too bad, too, because... And then he trashes good genre movies he's in, like Con Air. Like, he said Con Air he thinks is kind of dumb, and that he doesn't get why it's popular.
Yeah, we can move on there now.
Anyway, but yeah, Camp Hideout, just don't take your children to this. Holy shit. I saw this movie the same day as The Inventor. Guess who was in a theater with 2 other people? And guess who was in a theater with a whole bunch of bust-in people? The answer, it's not the good movie.
It was Camp Hideout.
Yep. Also, it was actually 5 people, except at 45 minutes in, 3 of those people walked out.
Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, we really need to finish this up. Though. We're 4 hours.
Yeah. I agree. Morgan Freeman can make a shitty movie better sometimes. Sometimes.
Well,
he's not bulletproof though. He's a terrific actor. Do not get.
I'll just say what my number 7 is because I know you're going to talk about it. My number 7 is Back on the Strip.
You said your number 7?
Number 8 was Fear. My number 7 is Back on the Strip.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. We are close. We're not close enough to kill 2 birds, but we are close.
Like, super close. Like,
super close. Now, don't read ahead, Ponto. Don't cheat on
I'm not reading ahead.
Okay.
I just know you're going to talk about it. Like,
okay.
So that's why I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's just move on.
What was it again? Sorry. Oh,
Back on the Strip.
It was bad.
It was poop.
It was poop. Oh, poop mouth. Thank you, Hunter. Yes. You came to the right place, my good sir.
Fuck Back on the Strip.
Welcome. Fuck that movie.
I should call it Back on the. I should call it Fuck on the Strip.
Magic Mike, if you replaced all the realism and thought with a lot of talk about Tiffany Haddish talking about how impressive her son's cock is.
That's creepy.
I know. Anyway, we will talk more about this soon. So number 7, my friend gave it the perfect nickname, the Cunderville Ghost. The things I do for this channel, I tell you what. This movie, like, it was similar to The Jungle Bunch a few days ago in that it got so irritating, I actually started putting... Oh, thank you, Luke. And thank you, Hunter. Hello. So, the whole thing is, it's so shrieky and so irritating that I actually started putting napkins in my ears. It was me and one other guy in my row who literally was on his phone the whole time. He was just there to charge his phone. He like unplugged the recliner part of the seat and just stuck his phone charger in it. And that was like the only reason. He needed to get somewhere with air conditioning to charge his phone. And I just took out my phone and started playing Royal Match. I didn't fucking care. I was just like, yeah, you know what? This is the only way I can tune this out. Just, I will give credit where credit is due. Stephen Fry is decent. Everything involving the title character is actually not bad. It's the characters around him that are shrill, irritating nightmares. Like, just...
Like, that's really it, though.
For the love of humanity, put me out of my misery!
That was me. Should have had that breakfast burrito.
I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it! The Johnny Bravo meme, the... Oh, for the
Okay, like, let me just give you this, though. Like, when you said the breakfast burrito joke, the way you said it was funny. Like...
No, it wasn't. Stop.
No, hold on. I said the way you said it was funny.
No.
But I'm only imagining
Bill Burr could have said it and it wouldn't have been funny. No, but the other thing is Stephen Fry was in the Inventor, which was the much better animated movie,
a great movie,
which was really freaking good, and he was like the voice and like co-writer, co-producer, I think. Like, he did a lot. He worked on that movie outside of voice acting in it. Like, he was a big factor in that movie working as well as it did. So, he's a terrific actor. It's not his fault. I just think that this movie just... Man. And Freddie Highmore... Bro, come on.
You were such a good child actor. Please do better than this.
Bates Motel was a great fucking show. Like, just... The shit doctor, which thank God that's finally getting canceled. We never needed it. The world is a better place for all neurodivergent people now that that is going to be gone. Ableist piece of shit show. But then, like, he used to be, even in movies that were not super great, he was good. Yeah, Hunter, I think you'll really like it. It's definitely unique. It's a very unique animated film. It's very, very much an animated film more for adults. And I mean that as a positive. It's not that it's, like, inappropriate or anything, but it's just... It's sophisticated.
Yeah.
It felt like it should... It's a movie beyond everything else I'm glad exists the way that it is. Like...
Yeah.
Anyway. But yeah, Canterville Ghost, whatever you want to call it, number 7.
Number 6, I don't need to go further because you already talked about it. Expendables. Fuck. State them. You should know better. Fuckity fuck. Stallone, that's double for you.
Stallone... I haven't seen Stallone in a movie this embarrassing since Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. Hell, I haven't seen Stallone in a movie this embarrassing since The Italian Stallion, the fucking porno he was in.
Let's just move on.
Yeah. Speaking of moving on, number 6, the worst comedy ever made, Back on the Strip. Fuck that movie.
Yeah.
Hey, Luke. Hey, what's up? I'm Tiffany Haddish. Isn't my son's penis amazing? He's so great. I think him going...
What? And whenever she pointed out how impressive her son's cock is, I literally wanted to...
It's just creepy and weird and incestuous, and it wasn't funny, and it was just creepy. It wasn't delivered in a funny way. It wasn't done in a way that was... even as a dark joke, it wasn't funny. There was nothing about it that was clever, or it's just like, oh yeah, my son's dick is impressive, and it hangs low and long. Look how great it is. Look at the girth. Like, she literally would say shit like that. I'm not being gross for the sake of being gross. Like, that's in the fucking movie. She talks about her son's penis a lot.
Wow.
In detail. I saw this movie in a vacant theater. They only were showing it at 10 o'clock at my theater, and I was sitting there watching it. I was there till like fucking 1 a.m. watching it.
Wow.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I would totally rather watch that. Willem Dafoe yelling at the top of his lungs for 2 hours. I'd give that man an Oscar.
Yep.
It's the "You're fond of me" lobster scene from not the lobster, the lighthouse for an entire movie. Hark!
But yeah, fuck this fucking movie.
No, but it's just, and then the best part of all of it is Chuckle Brother number 2, thing two fucking comes in. Ben a-hole Wilkie fucking comes in. Benjamin, and I said, why are you not seeing this with me? He goes, man, I gotta close. I gotta work. Sorry. Just like, oh, I can't believe you're abandoning me to see this horrible movie. And I was so sure. He came in and he's just like, how's it going in here? How's it going? And I says, you! This is like 20 minutes in the movie. Like, get your fat ass up here! You fucking dick! You either go and clean some fucking bathrooms, or you get your ass up here and sit. God damn it! And he's like, wow, it's that bad? And I was like, it's only been on for 20 minutes. I'm like, stop it. You better go back to work, or I'm going to prison tonight. Like wow. I was like, I'm mad. And so he left, and I was just sitting there, and as he was walking out, I was like, why does that white guy have bronzer on? I'm like, wait a second. Is the white guy supposed to be Dr. X? And he goes, I think he is. He goes, God damn it! Yeah, it's racist too, by the way. White guy. There's a gag about a white guy in blackface. And it's not funny. And also, he gets pulled over by the cops, and he pays them off so that they won't shoot the black characters. Oh, it's so funny. Black people are killed by police officers. Yeah, it's so funny. Isn't that funny? Innocent, unarmed young black men die at the hands of cops. Oh, it's so funny. No, it's about as funny as AIDS. Why would you do that? No, it's despicable. Why would you treat that as a sitcom joke? It's not funny. It's just detestable.
Yeah.
And I know that their intention was to make a joke about white privilege, but they failed miserably because, like everything else in this movie, the jokes are so badly timed and so dead in the water that it's awkward. It doesn't feel... And it also is like all of 2 hours for no fucking reason. It's like an hour 59. Like, it is so long.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, it's number 6. Back on the strip.
Number 5 for me. We've already mentioned it.
Yep. You're the man.
Yeah.
All right.
My number 5 is Dur to the Dur, aka Meg to the Trench. Fuckity fuck, fuckity fuck, 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 fuck.
Does there Dur? That is all.
Just fuckity fuck, fuck, fuck.
Fuckity fuck.
Ben Whitley should know better, and Statham. You know, even though as much as I hate these two movies, Expendables and Meg to the Trench, you redeemed yourself with The Beekeeper.
Yep.
And I can say that because I've already seen The Beekeeper twice.
I've seen it once, and I would very much not mind seeing it again.
And I still love it. So Statham, you're forgiven, but I'm still not going to overlook at those two pieces of shit.
It's not a deep movie, but if you want to spend 2 hours just watching with no unnecessary filler, Statham shooting motherfuckers in the face, you could do a lot worse than Beekeeper. In fact, it's a lot of fun.
He beats a guy off the bridge of this truck.
Get out of the cold into the nice, theater to see just a fun, dumb, silly movie. It's a good
What's he thinking about bees?
I'm Jason Statham on The Beekeeper. I'll protect.
No, I was quoting Josh Hutcherson's character. What's he saying about bees?
Also, Josh Hutcherson has never been more awesome, playing just the biggest douchebag. Jordan Belfort is my fucking hero. Like,
there were times I wanted to punch this character in the face,
but in a good way. Like, he played it.
Yeah,
well.
but because he was so good at it.
Like just an entitled little trust fund shithead taken to the most worst extreme imaginable. Like,
fuck you, Mr. Fuck you, Mr. Fucking. You better fucking remember it.
Yeah.
But yeah, make Dur to the Dur. Fuck.
Also, it's a much better use of Emmy Raver Chapman than fucking Blacklight.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Anyway, number 5. It's number 5, right? I'm losing track.
Yeah, it's number 5. We're almost done. We're almost done.
Before we begin, I just want to reiterate, this is number 5. This should show you how shitty and awful the next 4 are going to be. Hey, Luke.
Yeah, what's up?
What happens when you take 2 talented, funny actors who have been good as recently in movies as this year, with an actor who has not been good since the 80s, and you insert them into a plot where the message is, dictatorships are probably for the best. It's better than being free, right? You get freelance!
A movie that I'm going to talk about later.
I'm sorry, Alex, you're wrong. I'm just going to be real. I very rarely say this, but you're wrong. It is not a movie about redemption. It is one of the worst reviewed movies of the 21st century for good reason. It just barely inched away from 0, long after its theatrical release, to I think a 5% or something. It is so bad. John Cena was good as recently as this year, the Barbie movie. You have more recently Argyle. You have someone like Alison Brie, who is so terrific and so underrated, which she also co-wrote. Somebody I used to know, which was really good. And then she's here playing a character who is just there to be a useless, attractive person holding a phone. That is her whole character. She's completely useless. John Cena is Soldier Man. He's basically the Marine again. That's about the extent of his... You know what this feels like? This feels like a John Cena movie from 2007, before John Cena became a good actor. That's what this feels like.
Mm-hmm.
But without the schlock fun of 12 Rounds, which I think is kind of a guilty pleasure, but the Marine and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, bad. Number 5, Freelance. It's an offensive, stupid piece of shit. Anyway.
I'm going to talk about that in a little bit.
Yep.
Number 4. The cast is all executive producers behind this piece of shit. The Good Mother.
You said that's your number 4?
Yep.
Hey, Luke, you want to kill 2 birds?
Let's do it, Wally.
What an offensive piece of awfulness this was.
It's so... And you know who the killer is, but within the first 30 seconds. Spoiler alert, it's Jack Rayner because of bad camera angles and terrible lighting.
Who Jack Rayner? What the fuck are you... This is the worst use of you since Transformers Age of Extinction, bro. You're a good actor. What are you doing here? What are you doing?
Olivia Cooke is a good actress. Hilary Swank is good. Speaking
of actors who were good in movies this year, Jack Rayner, Flora and Son.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Just keep Jack Rayner. I love you. If Ari Aster and John Carney calls you, always pick up. That's the key.
That's the key.
Just between Sing Street and that, just pick up the phone when your friends Ari and John call you, and you'll be in good movies. But again, Hilary Swank is capable of being good. She's had some missteps, but none as bad as this. Olivia Cooke is often great. I don't know why she's in this. Speaking of alumni of Bates Motel.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell happened to this movie. It's vile. It's disgusting.
It is, and the worst part is it's not only inept as a thriller, it's also inept as social commentary because it uses the specter of the opioid crisis without really doing or saying anything with it, and it's just a prop. There's no use of this. The one thing I will say in favor of another opioid movie, Pain Hustlers, is that it wasn't a great movie, but it wasn't exploitative. It wasn't
offensive.
It treated its subject matter with some level of seriousness. It just didn't execute great. This doesn't.
It was just glib, basically.
It was treating it like a thriller plot point. It was using a social issue to prop up a terrible direct-to-video thriller with a better cast than it deserves. This movie fucking sucked. Also, it has a terrible, pretentious ending that felt really cheap and unearned and mean-spirited. Just really ugly movie. Yeah, I agree. Our number 4 is the good mother, the shit mother. Terrible.
All right, so we can just move on to number 3 then.
I think we have the same one, but go ahead. Again.
Actually, no.
Don't look ahead, Ponto.
I'm not looking ahead. I just know it
Alright.
for sure.
Okay, go ahead. Number 3.
Before you say it should be higher, it's because even though this film is evil, it didn't piss me off as much as the next 2. My number 3 is Nefarious.
Fuck you. It should be higher.
I know, but the reason why it's only number 3 is because the other 2 pissed me off even more. It made me regret my life even watching those 2. The next 2 made me regret my life even more just watching them. Like,
we have more to say on this.
That's why I was not going to go too deep into this one, because I know you're going to talk about it.
If you watch my channel religiously, I think you can probably guess the top 3 at this point. Thank you,
I
Hunter.
mean, pretty obviously for me. Like,
Hunter, you are going to win the honorary award for best new sub to comment ever. You are absolutely right.
this movie is just evil.
It is. It's neo-Nazi propaganda, basically.
Basically, it is. But like I said, the next 2 films I still have yet to talk about
Yep.
not only had more potential, but they pissed me off more.
Yeah.
So, but
All
just to get that clear.
All right. That's your
So,
number
yeah.
3?
Number 3 is Nefarious, or as I like to call it, Nefarious shit.
Nefarious indeed.
Fuckity fuck, fucky fuck.
Damn. Number 3
Go to your number 3.
is the most well-known film on this list. Hey, Luke.
What's up?
David Gordon Green, I have a message for you. Your mother sucks cocks in hell. The Exorcist Believer. Or as I call it, the Exorcist Bereamer. God damn it.
Can
Literally.
we kill 2 birds with
God-tier
1 stone, Grant? That's my number 2.
Yeah, let's do it.
This movie,
Holy shit.
this movie is just an offensive, vile piece of
Mean-spirited.
garbage.
Mean-spirited, not only to the audience as a movie in and of itself, but to the legacy of a classic, all-time great film.
If you take out a couple of forced cameos and the name of Reagan, it removes all the ties to the original film.
And the fucking Flanderization of fucking Ellen Burstyn's character. If I was her, I would be sick about what they did to my character. How dare they? That's so disrespectful. Like, to have a legend of her caliber coming back to this part.
And also, can we also agree? Can we also agree that the trailer the trailer for this movie was actually way better than what the actual movie was?
It had promise. It showed promise that the movie completely lacked. I agree. But at the same time, it was always going to be a slippery slope. I'll say this.
Like, look, I know I detested
the
the fact that this film was coming out, but the film had potential.
It did, but here's the thing. It was worse than I thought the worst possible version of it could be. And
So yeah, and I had low expectations for this movie, even just walking in. And it came way underneath the rug for that. Like,
you know me. I'm as much a hyperbole as I throw here, and as goofy as I am, and some of the edgelord things I say. I'm a pretty laid-back guy. I'm not a violent guy. I don't like people who are aggressive for no reason, necessarily. I gotta tell you, what kept me in my seat at this movie for the last hour is just thinking about all the ways I wanted to kick David Gordon Green in the dick if I ever met him. I was so angry. I was like, if I ever see David Gordon Green, it's like, I'm gonna burn his house down. I'm gonna kick him in the penis. I'm gonna freaking throw him against a freaking dumpster and just beat him in like, this is for Halloween Ends. This is for the Exorcist Bereamer. This is for not making Pineapple Express 2. Fuck you. Just kicked him in the ass. I was walking away. That's right, Brian.
Yeah. It's bad.
Well, and then the last nail in the coffin is, spoiler alert, who gives a shit? The ending. Altogether.
Reagan shows up.
Reagan shows up, but it's not just Reagan showing up. It's also Catherine being killed for no reason other than to be mean-spirited. And look, I'm not the kind of person who's like, oh yeah, you should never have a child character killed off. The same weekend that movie came out, another movie came out called
When Evil Lurks.
Where, like, all the children fucking die in that movie. And it was actually good because it had context. And it was scary, and it had a mood and an atmosphere, and it was.
Can I also use the quote from Your Movie Sucks review of Evil Dead Rise? Kill the child.
Yeah, kill the child. Don't be afraid. Well, it's true. It's like. But here's the thing: Pope's Exorcist is entertaining. Like the Pope's Exorcist is
actually a good movie.
a fun flick. This is bad.
Bad.
Man,
But
this is bad, and also. The fact that they exploit, like,
child abuse.
Well, child abuse, and then on top of that, this is another one of those movies, and another one that we'll talk about very soon, where it says that basically, if you have an abortion or even consider saving someone who is dying unless they have an abortion, you are hellbound, your wife is hellbound, and so is your child. Like, fuck you. Just, like, really, that pisses me off so much.
Yeah.
That idea. What a piece of shit. And also, speaking of, and you mentioned wasted resources, Hunter, and you're absolutely right. Leslie Odom Jr. and Ann Dowd. Like, why the fuck?
Look, Leslie Odom Jr., this movie was not his fault.
No, it wasn't, nor was it Ann Dowd's. They're both terrific actors, and I think that they could.
But their talents are just not fully shown with this movie.
You can't judge actors for when a movie is bad, usually. You can judge the people in charge. They have to take direction from the people who are making the film.
Yeah.
The best actor could do nothing with this material. For instance, Ellen Burstyn. Like, there's your example. The only good thing to come out of this movie existing is that a lot of future, probably Oscar-winning actors will get to keep their acting school because of it. Because literally, Ellen Burstyn said that she said after the movie came out, "Oh, I hated that movie too." Oh, that's right, Norbert Leo Butz. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. He also is a good actor. They said, she said, "I'll take this script on one condition: all of my paycheck is going to the acting school that I co-chair on." So the one good thing to come out of it is that Ellen Burstyn's acting school will be funded off of the success of this shitty movie. So there's at least one good thing to come out of it.
Yeah, but other than that, it's just awful.
Yeah, this is an unholy abomination of a movie, literally.
But you can go to your number 2 since we've already talked about it for me.
Oh, okay. Number 2, Spinning Shit. This is this is offensive, 2.5 hour long. I agree. 100%, Hunter. I completely agree. Spinning Gold is an offensive celebration of a garbage human. Like, a garbage human who essentially exploited, in one case, basically raped by coercion, stole from, and then degraded some of the greatest rock stars and pop musicians ever in a film that is written and directed by his children that claims that
it was so cool.
That portrays their father as the coolest, longest-dicked, amazing human being who,
by the way, that's creepy.
Was amazing for doing all this and was a total stud for doing all of this evil shit, and then portrays the people he stole from as you know, either victims or assholes to serve the narrative. And it's despicable, and also literally has him walking out into shimmering light when he dies. And the last words of this movie, one of the last words that are spoken and not sung in this movie is, "I was the soundtrack to your entire lives. And I died of cancer, whatever, how many years later." And then he says something to the extent of, And if I could go back and do it all again, I wouldn't change a single fucking thing. Last Day plays. And he's singing it to Donna Summer. And I'm like, what a fucking despicable movie. Just like so. And it's also 2.5 goddamn hours long. Ryan and I were the only ones in the theater, and he said, dude, I'm going to be real with you. If I wasn't seeing that with you, I would have just left. And I said, dude, I would not, 20 minutes in, I said, dude, I wouldn't have blamed you. You're my ride home. You're my ride home, and I would not have blamed you. Like, yeah, and I like Jeremy Jordan, but I didn't like him in this movie. I didn't like his character, and I thought, again, I don't blame him. I don't blame Jason Isaacs. I don't blame Michelle Monaghan. I think that they're at the mercy of really bad, Dan Fogel. They're in the mercy of really bad material. Wiz Khalifa, like all these people. Well, Jason Derulo kind of, I mean, he was in Cats. So, I mean, he might have just done it for the money, but...
Yeah, but it's whatever.
Also, all the covers of the songs are really shitty. They obviously couldn't use the original recordings because why the fuck would the estates and/or people give them the rights to use their library? Also, it's kind of racist. Like he comes up with. Also, he says that basically he came up with Last Dance and Midnight Train to Georgia, so he's going to take that away from Gladys Knight.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, bro. Like, yeah,
Right.
I hated that movie. Terrible movie. And also, it never ended, and the end credits were as long as The Master of Disguise. Like, it just kept going. And had all these extra scenes in archive footage. Even after the credits, it went for another 2 minutes. I'm like, oh my god. It's starting to get passive-aggressive. Let me go home. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Terrible. Terrible. Anyway.
Number one. Grant, I know you talked about this one, and this one was a last-second addition to the list.
Mm-hmm.
Exorcist Believer, I owe you an apology. I really do.
Oh, wait. Is this your number one? I think I know what it is.
My number one worst film of 2023 is Freelance.
I don't blame you at all. What a
So,
despicable...
Exorcist Believer, I apologize for shitting on you so much. I still hate you, but you're nowhere near as bad as Freelance.
What a fuckload of ass that movie was. Oh my god.
I regretted every single second watching this movie, and I tried my best to keep on power. I powered through, but I still regretted every single second watching it. Like, I wanted to turn it off so many times, but I was like, you know what? I'm still going to keep going. Maybe this might get better. And boy, wouldn't you know, this is one of the only times that I could not, like, I gave this film a 0% on my score. I cannot find one single redeeming quality about this movie. It's really difficult for me.
It's horrible. It is.
There's nothing good about this movie. Nothing. So, John Cena, I love you, but what you could have passed on the paycheck.
Seriously.
And Alison Brie. Look,
wasted in
any of the characters that I call dumb in any action movie or any horror film, you can rest easy because you are not as dumb as her in this movie.
She's a useless.
She is not attractive. Do nothing. She is the dumbest.
She's a prop. They literally she literally just follows everybody around and is never proactive. Like her whole character
is such a dummy. Like,
yeah.
Look, Alison Brie, I love you, but like with John Cena, you could have passed on the paycheck.
All good picks.
Let's see.
All good picks.
Yeah, but
I
am. And Christian Slater, you were on Mr. Robot. You were on Mr. Robot. Don't do this.
That's the other thing I was gonna say. Hasn't been good since the 80s. Corollary, Mr. Robot. That's the one thing I will give. But Alone in the Dark.
Come on, Christian Slater. You were on Mr. Robot. Don't do this shit again. And Pierre Morel.
Yeah.
Never
Taken.
direct a movie again.
He did Taken, and also, I'm just going to say it, underrated fun B movie, From Paris with Love, goddammit.
Which are his only good movies. But after The Gunman, Peppermint,
I don't blame you.
and this, yeah, you're done, Pierre Morel. You're done.
I didn't even watch The Gunman. I was going to, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I've heard this is bad. Stuckman said it was bad.
The Gunman's boring. Peppermint is even more boring. But Freelance is just offensive. The Believer might have pissed me off more. Might have pissed me off more with as being a fan of the original. But the message of dictatorships not being so terrible pisses me off and offends me even more.
That is like
that just offends me even more.
When that happened, I was like, "You're really not going to go down this road, are you?" And then not only did it, they doubled down. I'm like, "Wow, you know what? Fuck you." Wow.
This is a movie I never envisioned myself watching again, and
I'll tell you this: the Trump voters who liked a certain movie that will be mentioned soon would probably love this movie.
Which by the way, you're evil if you like this movie.
Fuck you.
Well,
why
this movie and the one that Grant's going to talk about.
Okay. If you haven't guessed already, here is what I call this movie that is my number one. The worst film of the year, easily. So if you remember last year, I believe you do. Can't believe it was only last year. It seems like a lifetime ago. My worst film was Redeeming Love. And I said that movie was offensive and despicable and was totally used its religiosity as a tool to spread ugliness and hate. Redeeming Love looks like the Book of Clarence compared to this. Which, for context, I fucking loved the Book of Clarence. I thought that movie was awesome. It's one of my favorites of the year.
I don't blame you, man.
Have you seen it?
Still haven't. I want to, though, because, I love James Samuel.
It's so good. Anyway, speaking of movies that don't waste Tiana Taylor, so this movie, my number one, is...
These three have named their new alliance. Every villain is Lemons, otherwise known as evil.
Every villain is Lemons, and this movie is Lemons. Nefarious is my number one.
It's evil.
I will not harp too much on it because I want to be able to actually have some storage space this month before we completely run it out with this stream. So I will leave it at this. There is a line that Sean Patrick Flannery, as the demon-possessed character... If you want to know more, check out my review. It's a great time, and people really liked it. Yeah. They really liked it. A lot of views and a lot of very passionate comments on that one. Yeah. So, there's a line, and this was after also a trailer preceding the movie that basically said that, like, people who want gun control actually want to take your guns away, and the best thing to do is essentially declare war on them with your guns to protect them. So basically, storm the Capitol, the movie, and it's totally okay to do so.
No.
I completely agree. This movie. So the point in this movie, this is after all the stuff about abortion is a sin and will kill everybody who does it or is implicit in it. All this other stuff. First off, the world is saved because the hero goes on Glenn Beck. This is the movie made by the same writer who made another piece of awfulness called Unplanned, which had a line, and I know I keep mentioning this, but I have to mention, If you don't believe a man wrote this, or men wrote this, let me give you a hint. In the film Unplanned, which is also written and directed by these gentlemen, the newly changed heroine looks out at the evil Planned Parenthood owner and says something to the extent of, "Is it strange that I want to go over there and punch her in the face?" And then as the music swells, her husband turns to her and says, "No, honey, that's my job." These are the men who want to tell you women how you should or should not use your bodies and your human rights. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
There's a line in this movie where Sean Patrick Flannery makes a crack about gender pronouns and basically implies that transgender people are not humans. And I kid you not, it was a packed theater for a Monday night. The guy in front of me, who was wearing a red hat, said, "Yeah, you tell him," out loud in the theater, and got claps. They clapped the motherfucker. I wanted to walk out that door and keep on walking and never come back. But I stayed. I stayed because it's my job. I wasn't going to let this movie be the one that finally broke me. I was going to watch it to the bitter end, and I was going to review it, and then tell what I really felt. And something came over me. I know we talk about the Angry Grant show, but this was different. This was demonic. I just went off. I couldn't. It went on a while. It was like a half-hour long review where I just ripped this movie apart. I had to. It was so vile. I felt unclean. I wanted to go home and bathe in Clorox. It was just gross. It was so ugly and awful and just rancid and reprehensible. And everyone involved in it should be ashamed of themselves. Everyone who made it, everyone who was in it, everyone who funded it. But the theater owners that thought it was good to show it, everyone. This is despicable. Like, truly, this is despicable. So yeah, my number one, Nefarious, fuck you. You are possibly the worst film I've ever seen, to be perfectly honest, at least on a moral level. What a despicable piece of shit. Just truly. Anyway, that's it for the rest. That's it for the worst of the year. Now, so long 2023. Let's hope we get more good movies than bad this year. We already have some contenders on both ends, but yeah. All right. Thank you, Luke. Thank you for coming. Thank you all for watching.
Thank you for having me, man.
Yeah, we are going on 5 hours. It's almost 11 o'clock here on my time zone, so let's call it a night. What do you say?
Let's call it a night.
All right. Peace, everybody. Good night. Thanks for watching. Love you all. Peace.
Peace.
Also, what are your worst films of the year? Let us know. Bye. Balloons!